I'm going to call the special meeting of the Pacifica City Council to order at 1:04 p.m. And we will have some comments from our city clerk, and then we will begin public comment. Go ahead, City Clerk Coffey.
Begin with the roll call for council members. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Bartelos.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Here.
And I'll make a few announcements about the format of the meeting today. This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. For members of the public participating by Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak when the mayor calls upon the public comment period. Because this is a special meeting, public comments will be limited to the special order of business as listed on the agenda. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time, and you can unmute yourself to talk after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. Email comments are not monitored during the live meeting. The format of the meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Mayor Beckmeyer, before we start roll call, Councilmember Bartelos is in the attendees panel. So I think
yes, I was just asking someone to please promote her. I think she was trying to deal with a reverb situation with her audio. So I think she is in the audience. There we go. And we have all of our council members now. Councilmember Bartelos, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and I'm only on one setting at the moment, so we're good.
All right then. And it's a lovely background. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm checking our attendees. I see one attendee. So if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. And I'll have our assistant city clerk, I think, is going to be doing the public comment. Is that right?
Mayor Beckmeyer, as City Clerk Sarah Coffey, I will be calling upon public speakers.
Oh, okay, very good. So let's go ahead and do that.
I don't see any raised hands at this time, Mayor Beckmeyer.
Okay, then I'm going to assume that there is no public comment at this time, and we'll bring it back to council and go ahead and get started with our special meeting.
Kevin, do you want to start or do you want me to start or?
Take it away.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask is, reading that email that you guys sent us with the link, there's all this other stuff you want us to do, change the font on our names and all that. Do you want us to give us a minute to do that? Or there's a thing here I'm supposed to be a brown, Mike O'Neill's supposed to be brown, Kevin Woodhouse is supposed to be purple.
No, we don't need to worry about that right now.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, that's all.
Thank you though. Well, first of all, let me just say how great it is to be kind of back in Pacifica and working with you all. I appreciate the backgrounds of the landscape that shows where I'm not. And I really miss it. I love Pacifica. So it's good to be back. My name, for everybody else that's in attendance, is Stacy McLaughlin. I'm the president of Mountaintop Insight Consulting. I will be facilitating the meeting with you today and tomorrow. Today is a little less formal. It's focused mostly on governance training, relationship development. We won't be talking much about the forward motion with respect to goals and projects and priorities until tomorrow. Today, we'll just be kind of talking with each other and learning a little bit more about you as an elected body. And let me just say this. It's always encouraging to me when city councils will invest in themselves in trying to create a lovely rapport or relationships among themselves. Now you're all distracting me by putting these backgrounds, which is still nice though, I love it. So that
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, that's okay, Sue.
Either.
So that's your best, so that your best selves and your leadership is there for your citizens. So, if there's something wrong with our car, if it's making a clanking noise or something's going on, we do not hesitate to go to a mechanic to get it fixed. However, when there's something, and this is not to suggest there's anything wrong, but we want our vehicle to operate at its most optimum capacity. So we also want our elected officials and our local leaders to have that same opportunity. So kudos and commendations to you for taking this time out of your busy schedules to allow me to work with you a bit on this. I want to start out with this disclaimer that Zoom, as much as it has been available to help us all connect and keep business going, is about the least effective way to build personal relationships from the standpoint of being in the same room. So we'll do our very best to give you that opportunity. It's pretty informal today. Everybody can leave their mics on. If you have something to say, let's just try to make sure we're not talking over each other. I'm in a faraway place. I do have good service today at the moment, so hopefully there will be no delays as we move forward. In doing some of the practice run-throughs with Sarah and Elizabeth, we did notice that there were some delays in some of the printed stuff and handwriting and all that if we get into it, so we'll just be patient. So you all have packages that were delivered to you, and there will be instructions as we go forward. I appreciate those of you who have not opened and looked in your envelopes, and hopefully that's all of you, I hope. And then as we go through, I'll tell you when it's time to open them. They should be numbered, and so I'll know when to tell you to do that, okay? Do you have any questions about today that you want answered in advance? And then
I have a question right now.
Okay.
The packets were delivered to our location where we are?
I hope so.
Okay, I will take a few minutes to go outside.
I think they were delivered yesterday.
Package should have been delivered by a community service officer to your home yesterday.
Oh, maybe he left it by my front door, not my regular door.
And Michelle.
Okay.
Let's take a second because you will need that. And
Okay, I'll be right back. You guys can continue to talk. I'm sorry.
well, we're going to wait for you.
Oh, wait.
So I'm
No
going
worries.
to ask everybody to tell me, like, Sarah, you and Mary have the same picture. So is that the pier?
That's the pier.
Stacy, I'm not supposed to have an envelope, right?
No.
Michelle,
Well, yeah, you should have.
An envelope was sent by FedEx to you and should have arrived around noon today.
Oh, I better go check too. I'll be right back. My bad.
All right, maybe that should have been my first question. Who has their packet full of envelopes?
And who did not open them?
Michael, are you sure?
Can't hear you, Mike.
He's muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
He doesn't know.
So muted.
You're muted. I want to hear what he's saying because he's.
I just said it drives Liz crazy because I can have the present sitting in front of me and wait 3 days before I open it. I'm okay. So I just look. Those are little Easter eggs I'm going to find when I need them.
So it's a good thing. We probably should ask Liz if she opened it.
No, she didn't. she has less than zero interest in city council stuff. So
and she's a little bit busy at the moment, I'm sure.
All right, did everybody get their packets?
I did. Just got it.
Sue, you do not have a packet?
I do not. I ran around in the front yard
Did somebody
trying to see if it was
and
there.
put it in the house for you?
No, I asked my husband if he saw it. He said no.
Sometimes they put stuff in my mailbox.
It
I looked in
came
the
with a
mailbox.
mitigated negative declaration, a big thick book.
Yeah, it's a fat envelope, Sue.
Well,
I got two.
normally they deliver everything to my work, so maybe they delivered it to work.
Oh, no, you have to have that.
But I specifically said where I would be. So that's, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'm
Sarah.
not going to work.
Sarah and Elizabeth can check on that maybe.
I'm going to hand the controls over to Elizabeth while I go check for the packet.
Thank you.
Not your fault.
Hello.
Sue.
Geez, so far, that's not our only glitch. That's amazing. Sorry, it's at your doorstep, Sue. We'll find
It's
it.
okay,
We'll find it.
Okay.
We'll find it.
So I'm going to just do I want to get a sense of where you all are. So we're just going to take a minute here, and I want you to think about the last book you read or the book you're reading right now. And then I want you to share with us what that book is and what you're thinking about it. Books tell a lot about people.
The last book I read was a murder mystery about a giant cassowary bird. And the reason I read the book is because my son-in-law, my daughter's husband, wrote the book. Because otherwise, I would have never read that book. But that is the last book I read.
Wow.
Is he from Australia?
He's not. He's in a book group, and they're all murder mystery writers, and they all picked an animal as their theme, and they all wrote books
Wow.
with the animals. So,
I'm curious. I'll have to hear more about it.
okay, I'll give it to you. You can read it.
I'd
Wow,
love
that's
to.
interesting. Okay, who else?
I just finished reading The Gods of Jade and Sorrow, and that's by Silvia Moreno Garcia.
Tell us about it.
It's about Mexican culture, and it's about a woman who is born in Mexico in a small village, and she is visited by spirits. And so she goes back into the spirit world to try to save her family. And it goes throughout Mexico, and it's a very interesting, I'm reading it because of its Mexican culture. So
Is it fiction or nonfiction?
oh, fiction.
Okay.
It's about gods. It's about
Okay.
Mayan gods and Inca gods, and
Oh, I love
it's similar to like Zeus and Greek gods, but only these are Mexicans.
Nice.
I'm Mexican, so that's why I'm reading it.
I think I have to read that one. I love those.
It is wonderful. I love it. And
Go ahead.
she writes other books. Her next book is called Mexican Gothic, and she's a great writer.
Do you remember the name of the book? I can't remember it, but it was the book about it caused controversy because the author was not Latinx and it was about immigration. It was nonfiction, but it was a story. It was the American Dirt. Was it American Dirt?
Mm.
Mm.
I found it.
I was hoping our librarian would know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I could take a second to look it up, but that would, get me off on another track.
No, that's okay. But it's a great book, Michelle, to read. I've got it, so I'll look it up for you and send it to you. Okay, so who else?
I'll go.
Okay.
I'm reading a book by Anne Lamott, who is an author that I love. And I've followed her for a long, long time. The first book of hers that I read was called Bird by Bird. And it was, she writes nonfiction and she's also a novelist. She incorporates a lot of her own spiritual journey into her work. But the thing I love about her is she's so frank and so honest. And some of the time when she speaks about spiritual things, she just talks about how dysfunctional she is. And I can relate to that so well, because it just feels like sometimes books are, like, oh, it's so nice. And I'm like, I don't see myself in this. So the book I'm reading of hers right now is called Assembly Required. And it's a journal of her first child's year. Mm-hmm. First year. So it's like a diary style. And it's a follow-on for me to a book I read of hers when my first son, who's 27, was born. And that book is called Operating Instructions. Mm-hmm. And it was really enlightening. She's a single mom and living through just being a mom and, her experiences. And so I've always found her work to be really, really relevant to my life. And this one is interesting. My children aren't having children yet, thank you. But they're adults and they're, my relationship with them is a different relationship now. So it's a really great book. I recommend Anne Lamott highly. I've seen her speak. She's fabulous. She lives in Marin. She's local. Great woman.
Somehow I know the name. I must have read something because I do know the name.
Oh, yeah. She's written a lot of books.
Oh, good. Thank you. Cool. Who else?
I'll go next, kind of bouncing off that, some of the topic. So I participate in a women's group and we're reading a book called Drop the Rock, which is about self-reflection for serenity, basically. Yeah. And so when you asked about that, I'm like, well, I kind of read a couple books every day, but those are like daily reflections and things like that. So I haven't sat down and read like a whole novel or anything in quite a long time, but I do a lot of piecemeal spirituality, including the Bible. Like I got the Bible, I got all, so
nice.
Drop the Rock.
I'll have to look that one up. Cool.
Sure.
Thank you, Mary.
Sure.
Is it right there by you?
Yeah.
Is there a page you can open to and just read us a quick?
Want me to read this book?
No, not the whole thing. Maybe just see what happens when you open it up. What's there? It's an inspirational kind of think about it kind of thing, right?
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Not really long, like not a chapter.
Okay, I'm going. If we think of any other areas in our life that we'd like to be able to have a clearer understanding of, we can design a cleansing exercise to gain a new perspective. There's no better time than now to look at all the troubled areas in our life. We get ready to make over all those areas so that we become willing to examine them.
Nice, thank you. Well, it's kind of in tune with what we'll be talking about a little bit. So thank you for that. What else? Who else? Michael, what are you reading?
The last book I finished actually was one Michelle might recognize, and that was all about Theodore Roosevelt and his trip after the presidency up in the Amazon where he almost died. And it was all, I like presidents, I like trivia and all that. It was all about how he almost lost his leg and everything else. And now I'm slugging through a book my son gave me, and that's Irish in California. And that's like what the different Irish have done in California history and stuff. And when I get to the later chapter, I was surprised when I looked at this one book on when he had a list of noted Irish in California. I was surprised at how many in San Francisco I had known personally growing up. You know, because I was from the era of, there's another book called The Era of the Witch, which is all San Francisco history from when I was growing up in the 70s. So, you know, and everything. So I'm slugging through Irish in California, like O'Connor Hospital. I mean, I figured it was about Irishmen, but it's all about O'Connor, you know, down in Santa Cruz and stuff.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it just leaves you speechless versus Mary, huh?
No, I think it's interesting. So yours is nonfiction, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's an Irish story tell, so I guess you can wave the thread.
Okay. Okay, Tiger, what about you?
The last time I actually invested myself into reading a book was probably a year or two ago. Otherwise, I have like a small stack of 5 books that on rare occasion I'll think to open up and read a page or two out of. The most likely of which currently I'm inclined to actually pick up and open is The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. But otherwise, I'm just kind of in a constant state of looking at books that I wish I had time to read, and otherwise find myself engaged in city documentation more than anything in my life.
I know. That's why I'm asking you about books instead.
It's why I'm not reading any. The last book I actually read was called Alabama Blue by somebody who I regard as being one of like 4 of my great life teachers. And it's her autobiography.
Wow, okay.
And kind of a heavy trip because she kind of awoke into a nightmare of a life and somehow made heads or tails of it and wound up being, I think, a rather remarkable human being. But it was pretty heavy to read a lot about her that I did not know when I mostly knew her as a kid. So.
Wow. Cool. Thank you. I'm interested in personal stories, so I might try to find it. Kevin?
It's a heavy trip, but it's really well written.
Good. Kevin, do you read?
Yeah, I do read.
And thank a teacher for that, Kevin.
Yes, exactly. And believe it or not, I do read stuff that is not related to the city of Pacifica. So
what?
I'm usually dabbling in several books of different genres depending on my mood. But one recent book that I finished, which was really riveting, and often my reading is probably like many of you, it's sort of like as I'm going asleep, falling asleep, so I don't get very far. But this one was pretty riveting. It was like a science fiction sort of book by a writer named Blake Crouch out of Colorado called Recursion. And it was kind of wove themes of time travel through memory, kind of a memory machine. And it was just a science fiction thriller, kind of dystopian Armageddon kind of thing that was pretty fascinating. So that was fun. I enjoyed that, Recursion. And then Mike, yes, The Season of the Witch, I read that years ago, and that's a fantastic book for anybody who lives in this area near San Francisco. Kind of sort of starts with, the Irish and the police in San Francisco, and heads up, through the 49ers with Joe Montana.
Yeah. No, it's supposed to be a really good book. I haven't read it yet. There's another one I actually sent it the title to Michelle, all about the history of the water wars in California. And it was at a LAFCO conference. And everybody that read it said it was a fantastic book. I don't have the name of it, but it's
Cadillac Desert.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I think it was.
I want to read that.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's a great book.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike sends them to me, not for me, but for my husband. My husband did read that, Mike. That's a great book. Yeah.
Well, then Chinatown with Jack Nicholson is a great follow-up.
Yeah. Loves that one too. Yeah.
Oh, but he did read the Water Wars one?
He read Cadillac Desert.
Okay. And he really enjoyed that?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So thank you for sharing that. I now have my reading list, so I appreciate that. It's just a selfish little thing I do. I'm kidding. It's often.
So my packet is coming. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Did we hear from Sue?
Yeah, there were murder mysteries.
Oh, the murder mystery. Right.
Written by her son-in-law.
Cassowary.
Yeah.
My packet will be here in 10 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to stretch this out a little bit longer because you actually need your packet kind of for what's coming up next. So I'll chime in and say the last book that I read. So I'm like Kevin. I'm usually reading 3 to 4, maybe 5 books at a time. And so I just finished reading for the second time Utopia for the Realist. I don't know if any of you have heard about that, but it's Rutger Bregman. He's actually not an American author. I want to say he's Dutch. I can't remember if it's the Netherlands, Finland, I don't remember, but it's translated into English. And he's a historian, and it's really focusing a lot on American history. And I think you might enjoy it because it's the very first part of it talks about homelessness and houselessness and the unhoused. And he's actually, the book is about the United States on many, many levels. So it's a great book. He just wrote another one that I just got and started, and it's called Humankind. And so I haven't quite gotten into that one yet, but I love both fiction and nonfiction. And so if you can see behind me, that's 2, 3. There's actually 5 bookshelves surrounding me. I have a problem. I'm a bookaholic. I buy books just because I love them, and in many cases, they're a write-off for my business. So I get a lot of books. I have a wonderful little library here. Okay, now what I would like you to do is I would like you to think about if you were going to write a book, what would the title of that book be? So take a minute, just think about it. Think about what you might be able to share. And I'm winging this, waiting for Sue's packet. So this is off the cuff, but
I'm going to start again because this is related to my real life, but with a group of friends. Sorry, and I'm going to be brutally honest. We were going to write a book called Too Dumb to Be a Realtor. And the book was going to be filled with the many, many things that realtors do. I'm going to give you 2 short examples. Someone called Pacifica one day, and they asked me, what time does it get dark over there in Pacifica? And my answer was about 10. Where are you? I'm in San Mateo. About 10 minutes after you, because the sun sets over here. And the person was like, oh, okay, I guess I can plan that now. And one more short one. A guy is showing a property, and he walks out on the deck and doesn't notice that the brown cover of the hot tub is at the same level as the deck. And he steps onto the cover and lands in the hot tub. He goes back inside soaking wet, and the woman of the home comes home and says, oh my goodness, here, let me take your clothes and I'll put them in the dryer and dry them for you. And here's a robe you can put on. So he's sitting at the table, at their kitchen table, and who comes home? The husband. And the husband says, Why are you sitting naked wearing my wife's robe at our table? So those are my two examples from my book.
Oh, I would buy that book.
I would too. Please write that book.
You need to have pictures.
Oh, and that didn't even take, a second for me to think. So.
Wow. Good one. Who can follow that?
Everyone?
No. That was too good.
So, Kevin, what would the title of your book be?
Well, I was just going to say Tiger's written a book, so he
Yeah,
I was going to say no fair using either of the books that you've written as, or any that you're in the middle of.
They're making you start over, Tiger.
I haven't started the next one, but the title is there.
What is
Okay.
the title?
Well, since you haven't written it, you can use that one.
Well, I mean, technically, it is part 2 of volume 1, so that's, I guess you would consider that cheating.
What are the titles of your books?
My first book was entitled Passenger, and my most recent novel is The Chronicles of the Angels of Eden, Volume 1, Part 1.
Okay. So what's the title of the next one?
Chronicles of the Angels of Eden, Volume 1, Part 2.
Got it. Did not track that. Thank you. So just add part 2 and we've got it. All right, good.
Yes.
Sue, maybe you should put that in your book.
I'll take a pass, Casey. I don't know. I'll have to think of something.
All right. Michael, what about you? If you were going to write a book, what's the title?
I would probably plagiarize this one. I used to, before the pandemic, we used to have these big Irish St. Patrick's Day parties, 150 people here in the house, right? And there was this, and we used to have all generations, okay? And we had the requisite group of old Irish ladies that were all Catholic that used to sit and drink only tea in the living room and stuff, right? And one of them I wanted to get going. So I brought up this book for her, and I would adapt the title and call it Mike's Erotic Art, right? And it was a book of Irish erotic art. But when you opened it up, it was entirely blank pages. Mine would be Mike's Erotic Art, except it would be all blank pages, okay? And you could just fill in what you wanted to in Mike's life.
Oh, my God. All right, I'm hoping this stays where it needs to. Mary, what about you?
Can I have a few more seconds?
You can.
Thanks.
Michelle, anything on the tip of your tongue?
Oh, my colleagues and I, other city attorneys, when we go to our city attorney conferences, we all talk about, we're going to write a book. So this isn't my idea, but it's called If You Only Knew. And it's about, if you only knew what goes on in those closed sessions.
Hey, I was at a League of Cities conference with Michelle, and she was telling these stories, and I said, that was Pacifica. That was Pacifica.
No.
She never identified where, though.
We're going to
keep the confidentiality.
Mike, you have to understand, as much as we want to think our city is the worst or the most dysfunctional on some levels, there's really nothing you haven't done or will do that hasn't been done before.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Michelle, I'm sure, could tell the stories. Sue, when your packet gets there, let us know. Kevin, have you come up with the title yet?
Yeah, I came up with something, because if I were to ever write a book, it would be many, many years after I'm no longer a city manager. So maybe I'd call it Life After Being a City Manager.
Okay, my package is here. I'll be right back. My dog barked.
Okay. How about you, Mary? I mean, Sue, other Sue.
Oh, well.
Either one.
Am I muted? Wait, no.
Nope.
I don't really have a title. It would have to be something about reinventing yourself or finding a new path or something like that. And trusting that, you know, it doesn't make sense why you're doing this, but just go with it. And I don't know how to put that into a title or even write a book about it, because I'm not a writer in that way. So, but that's what I would have. It would be a self-help book about the next chapter of your life.
Okay. Michelle Obama had a good title, Becoming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
And that was a fabulous book.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved it. Mary.
Yeah, okay, I thought of one. I would name it You're Too Little to Be So Smart. And then I'd write a book about my sisters and brothers. Because they used to go, shut up, Mary, you're too little to be so smart. I'm the baby. So
I like that. I like
yeah. Then I would write so much about each one of them.
Reading that book.
My
That's
family
good.
and other
That's
animals, right? Yeah.
Well, thank you all for sharing. I really appreciate it, because storytelling is really our best way of communicating with one another and with our public, our community, as well as with staff. It's the best way to get things across a lot of times is to tell a story about it. And it also allows us to share on a personal level without necessarily compromising ourselves to the extent that we feel vulnerable. Although, with that said, I want you to know that I believe vulnerability is a very powerful and useful tool that we can use as human beings. And it is through vulnerability that we actually get to know one another a lot better, by being able to share with people at a level where our truths are very real. Okay, so we'll be doing some storytelling. Every time you read a staff report, that's storytelling. Every time you put together your budget, that's storytelling. And so thank you for sharing your stories around the books. And we will talk a little bit more about that as we go forward, okay? All right, so everybody's got their packet? So what I would like you to do is open up envelope number 1.
And I'd like to thank the person who delivered this to me now. I appreciate it. Because I have no idea who it was.
I don't think we do either.
It was Sarah Coffey.
Oh,
Sarah actually went and oh my gosh.
So
I wonder
cute.
where I bet it ended up at your office or something. Sarah, thank you. Or she's
Thank you so
yet.
much.
Did you say we're supposed to open it now?
Open envelope number 1.
So cute.
All right, so you have that in front of you? Okay. So I want you to take a minute and look through it, and then I'm going to go through each of them. And at the top of it, it should say ground rules. Right? The ground rules are the guidelines by which I like to operate when I'm participating in a session. And you'll notice that they're numbered. And they may seem a little bit familiar to you from the standpoint of maybe the 4 agreements on one level. But these are something that I have developed over my years of working in local government. And so the first one about being aware of your intentions. Being aware of your intentions is really key to being an effective leader. Having a consciousness of what my intention is with what I'm about to say, what I'm about to do, or what I'm about to try to accomplish. What's my intention with doing that? And so if there's conflict among a couple of council members, and that's, again, not to suggest that there is, but let's say there's an issue that there definitely is disagreement on the council for. If you are aware of your intentions about why you're doing something, that consciousness will allow you to be a little more effective on a couple of levels. Number 1, if your intention is to get your way, but it's to get your way at the expense of others, You have a split second whereby you can evaluate your intention and maybe change your mind so that you're doing the right thing in the right way. So it's being conscious of what my intention is with what I'm about to do. And I'm not going to go into a lot of stories about that, but I will share with you one. In Oregon, they call them Board of Commissioners. I was working with the Board of Commissioners, which is akin to your Board of Supervisors. And there was a lot of conflict on this group. And one of the commissioners made a comment that was really very offensive to another commissioner, and I will not repeat it. And so it was the kind of comment that is actually lawsuit invoking. So I asked the one commissioner later, I said, how do you intend to handle this? And the response was, well, it's my intention to become effective as a board. So I'm really not going to make a big deal out of it. I'm just going to, see if I can talk to him and see how he, if he'll come around. So what happens is that night they have a board meeting. And she's now said to me, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I'm not going to make it personal. I'm not going to make it public. I'm just going to deal with it very quietly. So at the meeting, after the roll call, the Pledge of Allegiance, they have commissioner comments or commissioner business. And the first thing out of her mouth is a complete and description of his behavior and the comment that he made earlier in the day. So her intention was not legitimate or real. Her intention to do it quietly was not there. Her intention was to call him out, embarrass him, and to create a problem. So just having an awareness of what your intention is something that I would like you to be conscious of as we move forward today and tomorrow. What is my intention with this? So just ask yourself that question. The next one, I believe, is clarify your assumptions. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So number 2, clarify your assumption is that we often, in our interchanges and in our exchanges and communication with one another, we actually take our life experiences, our backgrounds, we apply it to the information that's coming our way. And so when I'm, and in this world now with texting and messaging and emailing and all those types of, and Zooming, all those types of communication techniques that we have available to us, it's very easy to make assumptions about what somebody meant with what they might have texted. And just to be really honest, I will not text with my number 2 son. Because no matter what it is I text, it's not being taken, received in the way in which I am intending it. And he does not check his assumptions. He just rushes to judgment. So we have a family rule that he has to call me if he wants to talk to me. And so it's having, making sure you understand what somebody's thinking and clarifying it. It's so simple. It's not just to accept in your head, this is what I think it is. Ask. So if Michelle makes a statement to me about something and it leaves me feeling uneasy or maybe a little off or perhaps defensive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, Michelle. Although she's very, well, we'll talk more about Michelle and I a little bit later. But right now, what I wanted to share with you is that I have this wonderful capability of saying, hey, Michelle, what did you mean by that? Tell me more about what that statement implied. And we don't do that. I don't know why we don't do that, but we need to have that kind of liberal interchanges and ask people what they think. It's so simple. What did you mean by that? So that we don't jump into assuming and making judgments. Okay? Any thoughts on either one of those so far? Okay, the next one is always do your best. That one's so simple. Do your best. Your best. Not my best, not Kevin's best, not the mayor's best, not Tiger's best, your best. Your best is the only thing you get to be in charge of and control. And so it's having an awareness of, you know what, I'm doing the very best I can. I'm doing the very best I can operating in this foreign country of Zoom land on trying to do what I do without being next to you or being in the same room with you. And so it's my best. Whereas Sarah and Elizabeth, they can operate this thing and put you in different rooms and, you know, give you documents to read. And I'm totally clueless. But my best is what I'm offering to you. And so that's all I'm asking for you is through the process to offer your best to this process and to each other as we move forward. Okay. The next one is to speak with integrity. What do you think that means?
Speak honestly.
Okay.
What we say.
Pardon, Tiger, I'm sorry.
Mean what we say and say what we mean.
Yep. Honesty, integrity. The words that come out of your mouth have to be truth.
Mm-hmm.
We have lost the meaning of truth. We think the truth doesn't seem to matter much anymore. So make sure that when you're speaking and you're speaking with integrity, that you're speaking truth. And if you don't know something, don't make it up. Just say, I don't know. Or, that's not making it. Speaking with integrity. We have to have real authenticity and beauty in the words that come out of our mouths. The next one is take care, correct? What do you think that one means? And I need to hear from everybody if I can.
For
Be
me, that would be
mindful.
think before you speak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Be mindful of how others might receive what you're saying.
Take care. Okay. Kevin, what do you think?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think the Sue's just said is what I would think.
Okay. Mary, what about you?
I think it can mean like take care of ourselves. So like we have enough energy to do the work that we're required to do. And then like also be considerate of our co-counsel.
Okay. Mike, Tiger, anything? Okay.
Bringing it back to attention, I think it has something to do with whatever form of communication, taking on the intention that we're trying to bring to it. And so putting thought into mostly probably verbal communication in this instance.
Okay. It's really exactly what it says. It's that simple. Take care. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Take care. Take care with the words that you use. Take care. It's about compassion and kindness. Taking care. I want you to speak with integrity. So in speaking with integrity, making sure that you are also taking care with what you have to say. And being authentic is also very important. So having an awareness, being intentional in what I'm saying. I need you to know, Mike, this is what blah, 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 blah. And being conscious of what my intention is with what I'm saying. And then taking care with that is to say it in a way that is beautiful and kind and compassionate. And then the last one is probably the most important one. And it's on the bottom because it's holding up everything else. It's the foundation. And so it's not up on the screen, which would be nice because, and I don't know if that's possible at some point. It'd be nice if we could have like a little board over here where we could put things up that, we've talked about or going to talk about. Whoops. Oh, apparently my mind is being read.
Oh, wow.
And so the ground rules, the last one is to be in love. So tell me what you think that means.
Well, I want to know who I should be in love with.
So read it again. Be, period, in, period, love, period.
Oh, I see.
I want to know why those are numbered 1 through 6, but mine are the same things, but numbered 7 through 12.
Help you. They should be 6 of them.
No, it's the same words and everything, but I'm just curious why I'm 7, 12 and these are 1, 6. And I guess I'm in good company, Mary. You know.
That's what mine is too.
So
I have a fair, it might be a word processing function of making a list with numbers, and it just worked out that way. Like you're trying to put 2 on a page. And
okay.
I love this little dance about not talking about number 6. Would you mind taking a pen and marking out and numbering them on those of you who have different numbers, 1 through 6?
Stacy, I'll answer your question. I think number 6 means, with the periods in there, to be in a loving state of mind, you know, as you're communicating and as you're interacting.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is. It is to be in love at all levels in what we're doing and how we're doing it. You know, it's so easy for us to talk about hate. We talk about hate crimes. We talk about all these things that are always negative. We don't talk about love, which is the universal energy that is really what keeps humankind human. And is the at least for me, and I'll tell you where this came from so that you understand. These ground rules really do work from the standpoint of being an effective leader. An effective leader knows what their intention is. They know that I'm about to say something that's going to hurt Tiger's feelings because, and I'm just using you as an example here, Tiger. I know that's what I'm going to do. So I have that split second to change my mind and do number 6, to be in love with what I'm about to do. You know, Tiger, I need you to hear this because of blah, 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 blah. And I will pick and choose and move around through all of you as using it for an example. And so number 6 is the most important because it really is where we should be operating from. You know, being in a loving state in the way that we're moving forward. We might not always be able to make the decisions that we want to make because of the constraints of our environment. Thank you. You can take that down now and give us back our screen. And so I can't see all of you when I have stuff up there. So thank you. So these are the ground rules. These are what I would like us to operate with as we go through this afternoon and also tomorrow. And I will reintroduce them tomorrow for I'm sure we'll have different people in attendance. And so if there's anything here that you're not comfortable with, please tell me. Or if there's anything that's not there that you think we need, you can also add to these as to what we're going to do with you as we're going to work together. Everybody comfortable? All right. Going once, going twice. We're good. All right. So keep those in front of you because I want you to refer to those throughout the day. Great little story about number 6. I worked with a leadership group and they just remembered the numbers in their heads about what they were. And so one day I am in a meeting with a city council and I get a text and it was a break. And so I look down at my phone and I look it up and I get this little text message that says, "We number 6 you." And for the longest time, I'm like, what in the world is this? You know? And so they actually, in this city, they actually have made little signs that say number 6, and everybody knows what that means. And so that's why the numbers are important. 1 through 6, not 7 through 12. Okay, good. Can we move on? Any questions? Anything you need to offer? Okay. I am going to now ask you to open up envelope number 2. I feel like the guy that's like, what's behind door number 3? I don't know what's the name of that show. Was that Let's Make a Deal?
Let's make a deal.
Oh,
Want to hold up what you have? Let me see what you got. Okay. Was there anything else in the packet?
Little pens.
Okay. All right. So what you have in front of you is a sketch journal. And while this may be more comfortable for Mary on some levels because of her background as an artist, I really want all of you to have the advantages that she has. But here's the deal. This is for you to take notes through the session and to write on and to have available to you. And now I'm going to ask that they put up our whiteboard of that. Or maybe I do that. Maybe I do. Oh, no, Sarah's doing it. Okay. And it is page 2, Sarah. Okay. So if you read the little sticky note here, and I don't know if you can, it's kind of small, but it says significant benefits to intentional, there's that word again, sketch journaling are stress relief and relaxation and integration of left and right brain focus. So sketch journaling can be a way of doodling and keeping notes, and I'm not sure if I can make this bigger or not. She's got the screen. I'll let her try to do that. But the one on the left, thank you very much. The one on the left is really important. And I picked this page on purpose out of another person's sketch journal. The one on the left, to my left, maybe you're right, I don't know, but it's the one with the child. And it's
sketched that?
Huh?
Somebody sketched that?
This might look like Mary's sketch journal, or maybe Tiger's or Kevin's. I don't know what their talent is. But attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. Thank you. That's good. And along with that, I want to say this, that one of the greatest gifts that we can give each other is the gift of our intention. And our attention in that we're paying attention to what somebody's doing. I'm not looking at emails while, this screen is up, or I'm not looking at text messages coming onto my phone, but I'm giving you my undivided personal attention with every bit of my being. And we are having a hard time with that in today's world because we have so many things that can distract us, not the least of which is, of course, our phones or our computers or something else. I mean, I don't know if anybody, I guess, pipe in here if you watch television and do something else at the same time. Share with me what that might be. Does anybody do that?
I do. I usually paint while I'm watching television. Well, I'm listening to the television.
Okay.
Because I'm not really watching the television.
Right. When you're interacting with people, and also with yourself, giving yourself the ability to just focus on what you're doing is really beneficial. We do not multitask. We think we multitask, but we don't. We just move from one task to the next quicker or not so quick anymore. And I think just to put things a bit in perspective around what the last year has been, we have been forced to slow down. We have been forced to isolate and to stay home. We have been forced to rethink things and do things in a different way. We have been forced to adapt and adjust. And so I want to keep the spirit of that alive somewhat, because even though we might be back to what we've termed normal, we have to consider what normal was. Was normal good, or could normal be improved upon? And how can we move forward with that as an entity, as a city, as a legislative decision-making body? So you have a sketch journal in front of you, and I'm encouraging you to doodle and use that as a way of taking notes, keeping track. The one on the right is from my journal. And it says, Doris Doctor, March 12th. Doris is my mother-in-law, and she has dementia. And so she can't go to the doctor by herself. I have to take her to the doctor. And one of the things and I don't know why that came to mind, but I sketched a garden hat there with the flower on it as I was writing it down, just thinking, okay, I got to remember that. I need to go there to the doctor with her. And she loves to garden. She will be 96 years old later this month. And when we go to the doctor, here's what she will say, because she says it every time. I want to go home and I just want to work in my garden. And it's been probably 15 years or 20 years since she's actually been able to work in her garden. And so I actually got a little emotional as I was thinking about her doctor's appointment and making the garden hat for her. So it moved me into a different place in my head because the task is there, but also I'm focusing on the relationship. And the word is there about March 12th, the doctor's appointment. So it's moving me back and forth between left and right, and we need to focus on that somewhat. Okay, now then, if you look underneath there, I also know that I have work to do around a fundraiser for Golden Bond Rescue, which is a dog rescue. So that's my attempt at drawing a golden retriever. And I'm going to do a wine basket for the fundraiser. So just an example of the ways that you can use it. And I gave you my example because I didn't want the one on the left to be too intimidating. I wanted you to see that stick figures are fine. So use your sketch journals because it will help you. If you're sitting at the dais during a council meeting and you have somebody that's there that's being very angry and letting you have it, I guess you don't have podiums anymore. At least yet, till you start meeting in person again. You can shift your brain and it's an emotional release so that you can go in, and if you're writing and you're drawing, it can reduce stress and give you, so I'm giving you a tool. Use it as you will. It's an invitation. If you're not comfortable with it, fine. Okay? What do you think? Let me hear from you.
Thank you for the cool pens. These are really good pens.
I love them.
I'm super excited about that. Thanks.
Everybody likes the pens. Okay, Sarah, you can take that down.
I doodle all the time, or I used to doodle all the time, especially when we had paper and at council. And my doodles are totally different if someone's yelling at me. They're usually swirly and this, and if someone's yelling at me, they're arrows. And they move all over, but it's a totally different thing. And I know when I look at it, I go, oh, it's a total different doodle.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that was sort of next, and that is to go back then and reflect on it. I know it's hard for people to journal. They think of it as being work. It's not. It really does help us keep things lined up and in perspective. Okay? Any other thoughts on it? Michael, what about you? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. You can see me, can't you? It's not a cardboard cutout.
But you're so still. I wasn't sure.
Still.
Yeah, you're so still that you don't look real.
It's because Mary is doodling him. He asked him to stay still.
Yes, I'm a model here. Or is that what it's called? Model or subject, whatever.
Okay, so here's your activity. The theme of our time together is going to be efficiency. So write that down in your book however you want to. Efficiency. All right, now then. Here's your next instructions. God, I feel so bossy with this Zoom meeting, but I don't know how to tell you things without just blurting it out. So I apologize if that's the case. Here we go. You're going to write the next thing out. I'm going to take a second here and I'm going to just tell you that. So I'm looking at Tiger and he's got this beautiful background behind him and he's looking like, can you see how my head is? Like this. And the picture and that pose is just, I'm picturing like this guru guy up on top of a mountain with these deep thoughts. And Mike looks like he's napping and, just because the way the Zoom pictures are coming across. So, all right, here we go. Sometimes, writing this down, sometimes doing less accomplishes more. Okay. Now what I would like you to do is doodle. And I'd like you to think about that. Efficiency and sometimes doing less accomplishes more. And you're going to share this with us when you're done. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to think about this and then just play on your piece of paper.
Are those necessarily mutually inclusive?
Hopefully. Don't forget, all the ground rules apply as well. Be aware of your intentions. Clarify your assumptions. Always do your best. Speak with integrity. Draw with integrity. Be in love and take care. And I'm going to just leave you here for 5 minutes, okay? And no fair doing something else.
You just caught me. I was going to make a phone call. Oh.
Mike.
Well, it says sometimes doing less accomplishes more.
If I was going to be there, if I would had you in the same room, I would take your phone away.
It was council related. So
I don't care. All right, I'm turning on some music for you. Can you hear it?
Barely.
I know, I'm doing it. Is that better? All right, I'm going to walk away for a bit. I'm coming back. You guys can see each other. You get about 4 more minutes to play with that saying and that word. What does it mean to you? How might this apply? I don't know what that noise is. Sorry.
Somebody's phone.
Oh, okay. You guys are being so good. Who needs some more time? Nobody? Okay. Let me see your pictures. Show your pictures to each other. Can you do that? Can we do that?
Sometimes you need to take the virtual background off.
Wow, Michelle, that's cool. Oh, look at Mary. Ooh.
Oh, Mary. See?
Oh,
Where's Mary's?
Oh, you, Mary.
oh.
Less is more. Let me see, Kevin. They're hard to see. God,
Yeah, they're hard to see.
they're hard
Yeah.
to see.
Well, it's
And
not
Tiger,
really
what do you? Okay, so tell us about them.
worth seeing.
We're going to start with. Let's start over here with the mayor.
Okay, so I have a suggestion. I don't know if everybody is very good at managing windows in Zoom. I'm not. I accidentally stumble on this thing called speaker view sometimes, where if I'm talking, I'm really big and everybody else is really small.
Right.
Great
So
suggestion.
if there's a way to do that, then you could see this better because it would be big while I'm talking.
Right.
But if not, you can squint and
But as
see.
soon as Michelle or I talk, we take your picture away. So the rest
Yeah,
of
so
you need to mute.
So in as much as I have the floor now, I will speak and it will stay big. And then if anyone has a question, they can raise their hand and I will be happy to give the floor to them and then I'll take it back. So I'm of course looking at my own picture backwards and can't even read it, but I wrote down what you said and I began, the image that came to mind was to-do list upon to-do list upon to-do list. And how do you rectify, in a book, I start a book, like, how do you have time to read a book? How do you have time to do all these things? And how do you have time? How can I do less to accomplish more? And I don't really know the answer, but I was meditating on that while I'm doodling. And I looked at the ground rules that, are pretty succinct. And we just spent a fair bit of time going over them. But I boiled them down to less, into an efficient mode on one of my to-do lists. So each to-do list got progressively less full. On the second to-do list, here's an efficient version of Stacy's ground rules. B, clarify, do, speak, care, love. That's one. Second version is intend, assume, act, integrate, take, and love. So, of course, I didn't have enough time to keep going and spin off of those words. And those are all the words I have for you on this topic.
Stacy, you're on mute.
I thought I unmuted me. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for the, okay, let's go back to gallery view real quick. For the big picture idea, Sue, wonderful. And that was great. I loved how you actually put it into action as you were doodling. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So we know we need to mute ourselves as we move into the next person sharing so we don't steal the screen from them. So who wants to go next? You're going to make me pick you?
I can go next.
All right. Thank you, Tiger. All right. Speaker view on mute.
Okay. So I once played with that, I don't know, a cliche or adage, less is more. And so to which my response was, well, if less is more, then is nothing everything? So going into this, and there really isn't anything to see here. So that's important if somebody's trying to make something of this. There's nothing there to see. It might as well be a Rorschach test. And efficiency, so I stuck with one color very specifically. That became a conscious exercise because it would have been inefficient to start using a second color. And after that, I allowed my subconscious to take over pretty entirely, and allowed just whatever my hand wanted to put onto the page to do it relatively absent-mindedly, as I from time to time checked in on the concept, just to see if there was something more my brain might want to contribute to the process. And usually it didn't, and then I went back to absent-mindedly going through it. But what did occur to me over the course of the exercise is that truly sometimes what colloquially I would consider to be my consciousness will absolutely get in the way of me accomplishing what I'm trying to accomplish. And very often, if I'm capable of turning off that chatter in my head that thinks that somehow it is capable of thinking me out of whatever issue I'm trying to solve, very naturally and with absolutely no impulse on my ego's part whatsoever, pieces will sometimes fall into place in such a manner that then the thing gets accomplished almost without the sort of concept attached to it that I did it. And yet somehow I was a tool of whatever that process was, or I was useful physically to that process. So that's where I went with it.
Thank you. Great. I thought that there was a lovely pattern to the drawing that you gave us. And maybe it was part of the journey that you were having from your consciousness, but there was, to me at least, I saw some pattern in there. Great. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go.
Everybody, okay. Well, one other thing too, before we get there, everybody has the opportunity to ask each other questions, please. Don't just make your communication one way with me, but do it with each other as well, okay? All right, permission granted for you to talk to each other.
Tiger, I did see images in there too. I found certain images of face and your hair and just certain little things in your image.
Whoa.
Just my head. And Sue, when I get to mine, I have something similar to you.
So Sue V, you're giving us your picture now, right? And talking?
Okay. Now, but you can't see my picture. Is that correct?
Yeah, take the background off.
I went to white to see if that would work. So someone else can go.
An option that just says none.
I don't have that option anymore. I'm in there right now, and I don't have the option of none.
I think you can scroll up.
It's not the very first thing on the list.
Goodness gracious, there's none.
There you go.
Okay. Now, if I can get in the right spot. Okay.
That's lovely.
That's a normal doodle that I would doodle all over a council agenda, around the edges and so on. But I left the whole bottom blank because that was part of doing more in less. I have numbers 1 through 3 and 4, 5, 6. So that's the being efficient and the ground rules. In the middle, the only thing that's real are the 3 hearts in the middle that are the be in love part. So, and this is just a regular, calm, peaceful doodle. And I am done. Ooh.
Switch back to gallery view and you can share everybody and we can unmute ourselves. Lovely. Lovely. I love it. See, everybody, be in love. It just takes hold. You can't not think about it. All right. Good job. And very pretty.
Very pretty.
Very pretty.
I like pretty. Okay, who's up next? Back to speaker view.
I can go quickly, Stacy. Or go ahead, Mary.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, so here's my little picture. Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it, but over here is me thinking I need to have all the answers and doing too much. And then the other ones are just leaning in with love. And simply like allowing, which when I'm thinking too much or thinking that I'm supposed to have all the answers for everybody, then I'm not leaning in with love and I'm not allowing the process to happen as it needs to.
Wow, that's very powerful. Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, what was your comment?
Well, everyone's a hard act to follow, especially Mary on her beautiful doodles there and Sue's. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. Can you see that?
Yes.
I started with an arrow that went from a small point to a big point, and then when you gave us that sentence and I started thinking about it, it's just a very simple metaphor that if you want to conquer a mountain, and I'm using bicycling as the metaphor, you should, start out and be able to conquer the small hills before you get to the mountain. So.
You guys are so good.
I know.
That was heavy.
That was very deep.
Who's next? Yes, I know. Applause, silent applause. Michael, unmute you and go to speaker view so we can see your picture.
Okay, I'm on speaker view. Okay, I basically kind of, you're something doing less accomplishes more. I was thinking about, the beginning here is just a list of just blank, because you did less and you accomplished more because you got to fill it in. And then I kind of just wandered a little bit more and I kind of came up with, like, if you come up with an idea, it's a flower and there's all these little petals on the flower to get it done and get it efficient, whether it's like delegating staff or commission or whatever, then eventually it brings you to idyllic home, that you finish the project and you're done. So that was it.
Nice. Bring it home. I like that. It kind of looked like, you're done, you bring it home because you have the home. Good job. Michelle.
Well, I'm embarrassed because I don't doodle. I used to doodle as a little girl, but I don't doodle anymore. And one thing that I was realizing doing this exercise is that when you go to law school, they tell you that they need to change the way you think. They need to change your brain so that when you come out of law school, you will not think the same way that you thought before you went into law school. And what that turned out to be for me is, so when you see this, and I don't know if you can see my thing. Anyway, when you see my drawing and you see, I just wrote exactly what Stacy said, and I stopped because as a lawyer, doing less is more. Yeah, okay, so that means I shouldn't do anything, right? Because that's the most efficient thing to do. Don't do anything. And then I thought, well, but Stacy said to draw something. I'm thinking, oh my God, I haven't drawn since I was a little girl. So this is so you are looking at what I used to draw as a little girl, and I have never drawn this since I was a little girl. And as I was doing this, I realized it is very freeing, like you said, Stacy. I mean, it is definitely, it gives you a good feeling, and it's that part of my brain that in law school that they tell you to shut down, because that is not how, well, no, in order to be a good lawyer, you have to, you just, you look at the task and you fix it, you research it, you write it, you're very task oriented. And so I also found an interesting thing in law school. Before law school, I used to be much more intuitive, and maybe a little bit I wasn't, but I felt like I was psychic. I completely lost that after law school. I was all gone. All of my intuitive, I used to be able to predict things. Like I could predict who was going to get called on in class. I could, I used to be able to not tell the future, but I had good instincts. But that aspect sort of went away. So what this exercise did is it actually brought back some of that feeling. So for me, it was very good.
I wonder how different a lawyer you might be if you put some of that back. That intuition.
I actually think that I have done that as I have gotten older and practiced more. I think I am doing that more now. But
Michelle, I think that's part of my phrase of getting to yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Getting to yes.
Yes.
Exactly. That's a whole nother workshop.
Yeah. No. Well, Mike is always trying to get me to say yes.
Well, a lawyer's job is to keep us out of trouble, but sometimes if there's a goal, how do you get to the goal?
Right.
And getting to yes. And basically you were saying your intuitiveness, your creativeness, and all that was bashed out of you and beaten out of you in law school. And it needs to sometimes come back. And I'm not saying you can say yes every time, but, but sometimes there might be a way to wiggle through,
So how are you doing? Did we get everybody? Did everybody's drawing get to be shown? Okay, great. All right, so that is your task, and it's not just for now, it's for all the time. Take those books with you to the council meeting and use them, and definitely bring the ground rules with you because those are good to have. All right, so how are we doing? Do we need to take a minute and everybody take a break? Okay, it's 2:35. How about at 2:40? We sit down in front of our computers again. Don't go away. Just go do what you need to do. And we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Great.
they should not open it. They should just probably stick it in their refrigerator.
I was gonna say,
Thank you for mentioning that, Stacy. I was hoping for a moment to remind council or to let council know.
Is that my angel, Elizabeth? I love this. It's like these voices from heaven just come down.
I guess since we're recording, I probably shouldn't do that.
And tell
Elizabeth,
me what
your deputy city clerk.
Wow, your angel looks like she's in a cloud. Look at that. Yeah.
The angel sounds like a better job title. Kevin, can you make that happen?
What's the pay range for an angel?
she has, let me just tell you, saved my bacon.
mine too.
Your city attorney arranged for something to be delivered this afternoon, and you should get it between 3 and 4. You may get a knock at the door or such and such. So it's during our meeting, but that is the only way I could get it done.
And we'll go into that a little bit later at the next break, because it was my task and not Sarah or Elizabeth's. I will be sending you a new Zoom link for the last part of the day that we're spending together. Okay. Okay. So
knock on the door.
Okay, knock on the door. Go to the door. You're probably all going to be getting knocks on the door. And there's a lovely little story that goes with this that we will share after 5 o'clock. Yeah. When we adjourn to our social hour.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Could you mind shutting my door for me?
Yes, sure.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I don't mind.
Don't look.
I know. I heard.
Don't look. Okay.
So does that incorporate into the proceedings that periodically one of us just walks away to open the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're going to finish this up. Thank you very much for indulging me. I'm going to encourage you to please start finding ways to do more with less, including not multitasking. It's not healthy. It's not good for your brain. And so I have one more little aspect of this, and then we're going to get into something a little bit more fun. So our theme is efficiency, with the caveat that sometimes doing less, it accomplishes more. Now, I'm going to add some really technical stuff to this for just a brief period of time. And I want you to write in your sketchbook as I'm talking things that are, prompts, either picture prompts or word prompts or whatever, because you're going to need to kind of refer back to it tomorrow. Okay. So pens in hand, books open. So along with this, I want to give you this thought. It's actually a law, and it's the law of diminishing returns. The law of diminishing returns is a theory that's economic based that predicts that after some optimal level of capacity is reached, adding another factor of production will actually result in smaller increases. So you're not going to benefit as much. And the stages of diminishing returns are these. Number 1, you get increasing returns. Number 2, the return starts to diminish. And number 3, you start to lose ground. So I want you to give that a little bit of thought and see if you can come up with an example of how that has played out, that theory. Either with a project or maybe something within your own life or something with the city or maybe as a member of the council. So how has that theory, the law of diminishing returns, proven out through the stages? Stage 1, It's great. You get increasing returns. Stage 2 is not so much anymore, diminishing returns. And then stage 3 is negative. It starts to go backwards. What kind of example might you come up with?
Stacey, I understand what it means, but can you read the definition again one time for me?
So I was going to ask the same thing. Thank you.
Okay. The law of marginal diminishing returns is a theory in economics that predicts that after some optimal level of capacity is reached, stage 1, adding an additional factor of production will actually result in smaller increases, which is your diminishing returns. And then if you keep going, you'll actually start going backwards. It's a negative return.
I can think of an example when we go to midnight in a council meeting. We're very productive in the beginning. As we get closer to midnight, it's like, and maybe this is just me, but at that point, I'm ready to do nothing else and just finish. And so it's not, the capacity isn't there anymore for me to always do the right thing at midnight.
Mhm.
Excellent example.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that is a great example.
Anybody else?
I have an example. I can think of a couple, but one is when you are exercising and you achieve a certain, momentum. If you overdo it, you're likely to get injured. And so, that's the diminished return, negative return right there.
Okay, good one. Another good one.
So
Anybody
I
else? Oh, go ahead.
experienced a lot in writing briefs, legal briefs, court documents, or long opinion memos, where I do the first draft, and then I have a tendency to just revise and revise and revise, and that's just, I've always been like that. And what I have realized, actually, and I did not put it in this context, later on in my career, that I am now conscious of the fact that you need to stop revising, Michelle, because it's not getting any better. In fact, it's getting less clear. So you need to stop. So I can relate to this whole theory very easily.
Okay, so we're going to look at that tomorrow. We're going to utilize the stages of diminishing returns and the law of diminishing returns, and sometimes doing less accomplishes more, as we look at your future and your priorities and what is it, and how are you going to move forward. Sometimes if you put too much on your plate, we're going to think about, and we'll ask ourselves these questions tomorrow as we start to look at all the things that you have in your inventory, in your to-do list. And I love that the mayor brought that up. Sue brought that up, that we have to-do lists, and how do we make that to-do list more workable and more clear? Okay, so some tools. You got your sketchbook. You got some rules. You've got some theories. You've got a whole lot of stuff that we can use tomorrow in your little bag of tricks. So now what we're going to do is we're going to think about this. How can you work and still maintain your values as you're moving forward as an individual? And so I want you're not going to share this with anybody, but I'm going to put something into your head, and I want you just to take a second and doodle. I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and I want you to think about this. How can I maintain my values as a decision maker? and still get a decision made. Remember, doing less is more. Okay, before you finish, I'm going to give you one word that you need to incorporate. Maintaining my joy. And the word is joy. Joy. Maintaining my joy. Values and joy.
Oh, that's what it is. I'm glad I hated it. Look at it.
Okay, you have 2 more minutes. You're muted, Michael.
I just got my box.
Okay. One more minute. Okay. So with the theory of diminishing returns and less is more, here's what my picture might have looked like in that. If it does not bring me joy or some level of personal satisfaction, I don't do it. Period. That's my value. That's what I live by. It's cost me friends. It's cost me money. It's cost me jobs. But if it does not bring me joy or some level of personal satisfaction, I don't do it. Okay, so that's all tools for tomorrow. And
personal satisfaction are often two very different things in my experience.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, joy and personal satisfaction, to my sensibility, are not necessarily mutually inclusive. So, I mean, personal satisfaction is enjoyable, but
yeah, and they are. There's two different levels there, Tiger. If it doesn't bring me joy, if it doesn't make my heart sing and make me happy, I don't do it unless it brings me some level of personal satisfaction. An example of that might be, I'm very actively involved in a anti-pipeline movement in my community because they want to put a high-pressure gas pipeline through our property. It certainly doesn't bring me joy at all, but it does bring me a level of personal satisfaction that I am doing something that's good and right. And so those are my two parameters. Those are my two values. So, okay, there we go.
But I think we can look at my values, right? I can look at my values, but when it comes to making decisions on council, there's times where there is absolutely no joy. It brings me no satisfaction, and I feel sick to my stomach. And so, how do you therefore incorporate your values into a decision like that? Because there have been some. Right. And so, so I felt myself really struggling with this piece and like kind of wanting to like bat at it. You know what I mean? So, but thank you for having me work on it.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. And I think that, you know, if that's the case, then are you voting the way you're supposed to vote? It doesn't mean that you have to vote with everybody. And I'm not suggesting that, you know, you try to create a conflict, but how do you do that? How do you find the way to be the kind of leader and stay true to your own values? That's a tough one.
If I could offer, because what Mary said sort of spoke to some thinking that I had, which was that not every decision will embody every one of your values, but that the sum of the parts can embody them all. So I just don't see at all how every decision, you know, I have to make as city manager captures my values, but in the whole, it's like the parts become the sum of the parts is larger than the whole in the end. So you have to make a tough decision here that's really difficult. It's terrible. It's not joyous at all. Doesn't meet half your values, and you make a different one over here, but then you add them together.
Mine's here.
It's all, you know, better.
No,
I don't know if that helps, but that's how I would justify that.
No, I mean, that is these are great points. I mean, I wrestle with this a lot because, and I have to, you know, talk to when we're hiring attorneys, because most attorneys who go into public law, it's to do public service. And it's to provide a benefit to the public. And what I have to tell my attorneys, and I have to remind myself, is that it isn't always pretty. It isn't, you know, not everything that we will do as a city attorney or in our role as advising cities fits within your personal values. They aren't things that you would personally vote on or act upon, but you have to look at it in the concept of the big picture. And so I make sure that, you know, my check is always, are you loving what you do? And I love my job. I don't always love what I do or what I have to do for my job, but I love what I do. And so that helps me and that helps others, I think, get through those difficult times where, because, you know, let's be honest, there are sometimes, I represent 5 different cities. So not, there are 5 different cities of mine who do different things, and they're not always things that I personally would want to support, but that doesn't mean that I don't still love what I do and that I don't still love working with the cities, right? You do have to take that 10,000 foot level about you love what you do. And, clearly when I think of council members, you have to love what you do because, I don't know how you all do what you do because it's not your job, right? This is you're essentially volunteering. You may get, a salary, but you are essentially volunteering. And
I think I'm going to jump in really quick, Michelle, and just talk about the fact that you love your community. You love your city. You love that you're trying to do the right things in the right way. So all of you have brought really good perspectives to the table about how you do this, but you also have to have a consciousness of maintaining your intention about what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and how you're going to do it. So those all of the stuff we're talking about today is integrated at some level. All of it integrates and applies. Okay.
I would like to add one word to the thought process here, and that is service. Yes, we're volunteering. I have a lot of volunteers in my day job, working as a librarian in a school. And if I get a sense that they are not liking what they're doing, I straight up say, if you don't like this, you should do something else. Because if you're volunteering, you better enjoy it, right? Work is work. And, you have to take things you don't really want to do as part of your job or the whole picture. But I think at this level, when you say how you can do what you do, it's service. And the other part that I think of that is, it's not exactly this, but it's, a metaphor in it. Well, it's not even that, is it's like parenting. There's a lot of parenting stuff that I didn't like doing. I didn't. But in the long, stepping back and looking at the big picture, the long run, the general trajectory of where we're trying to go makes it easier. And so when the question is how, that's what comes to my mind.
Great. Thank you. Good job, everybody. Lovely.
You said doodle.
Huh?
You said doodle. So the very first thing that I doodled was a smile, because if you want to maintain your values and you want to get that across, you can't look mean all the time. You have to smile, because it's going to make a difference in people understanding your values. And then I drew a tree, because I thought a tree encompassed everything, because it's got all those branches of all those different ideas and different things, but it still comes out of the trunk of the tree. And it's all part of it. And it all comes together as one. But there are many parts. And then for joy, I drew a fondue pot, because it just sounded really good to me, food. So.
Okay, anybody else? All right, write this down in your book. This is homework, this is not to do now. Less stuff is more joy. And this is kind of following in that, she's kind of trendy now. I think her name is Marie Kondo, where, she's like clutter, getting rid of clutter, getting organized, that kind of thing. But also, thinking about your, all of this, how did it play out for you in 2020? And then how do you think it might impact you in 2021? Just put it in your book. We're not going to deal with it right now, but those are things for you to reflect on. Got it? Want me to do it again? You got it. Okay. All right. Now then, I'm going to ask Sarah to put up the PowerPoint on the DISC. You all remember taking the DISC assessment? Okay. Okay, here we go. So the DISC, as I explained to some of you before, is a tool. It is a communication tool in how we can best communicate with one another. Knowing our own style helps us be a better communicator. And then knowing other people's style also helps us be a better communicator. So if you take communication and then an understanding of that communication, it will impact and allow for a better connection with other people. So that's sort of my theory behind the use of the DISC. The DISC also gives us a common language in an organization about how somebody may be interacting with another person. I think I do not have control. So Sarah, next, there we go. If that's you, fine. So the cornerstone principles of everything DISC, which you got the workplace version, are these 5 principles. Every single style on the wheel is equally valuable. And we blend all of those styles into the way that we communicate. It just depends on the circumstance. But one of them is our home base. One of them is where we are the most comfortable. Things that influence your style are life experiences, your education, and maturity. And I'm going to add one other one is, I believe, trauma. When we've had some sort of traumatic experience, it can definitely impact our style. And so when you understand yourself a little bit better and understand how your style plays out with other people, it helps you be more effective when you're working and communicating with other people. And again, knowing what their style is also helpful to you because you'll know what they need or they don't need or how their decision-making priorities might be reflected. And you can also improve the ability to have more effective relationships. Okay, Sarah, next screen. I don't have a shared screen. Okay, so in this one, what I want you to realize is this is another tool. This is the Johari window. And it's a very, very old model, but I love it because it tells us so much. Across the top, you'll see feedback. That's how we learn, people giving us feedback. And you'll see the first column on the left, known by self. The other one is unknown by self. The top quadrant is known by others, unknown by others. So if we're looking at, do I have shared options here, Sarah?
I have the control over the presentation now.
This is a webinar. Okay, so you're just gonna, all right, so if you would put your cursor in Open Self, please. So the Open Self, the one that she's moving her cursor around, thank you, information about you that both you and others know. So my Open Self in the window might be that you know I am blonde and that I have blue eyes. We both know that about each other, okay? So then if you move over to unknown by self, well, I'm going to do that one last. Go to the next one, the hidden self. This is information about you that I know, but others don't know. I know that my hair is naturally blonde. You may not know that. So that's information I have about me that you don't have. If you go over to the unknown self, the one in the bottom, information about me that I don't know and that you don't know. And that could be an unconscious situation that hasn't come forward yet. But the one I really want to focus on is unknown by self, but known by others. And that's the blind self right here. This is where we have blind spots, meaning that you know about me, but I don't know this about myself. And I'll give you a really good example. The best one I can use is to use with my husband. My blind spot with him is that he needs to have my undivided attention when he's talking to me. My blind spot was that if we're sitting at our kitchen table and behind him is a window and there's a beautiful mountain blue jay or a mountain bluebird or a whatever, I see that bird and I'm very excited about it and I want him to see it. So I will interrupt his conversation and say, "Oh, look at that bird." That absolutely drives him nuts when I interrupt him. That's a blind spot for me. I don't know that I'm interrupting people. I just know that there's a bird behind their shoulder that I would like them to see. So my blind spot is I interrupt. And so having that awareness is really helpful to the relationships. So I want you to think about, as we're progressing through this model, what your blind spots might be as you look at your DISC report. Okay, so I'm going to ask Sarah to go to the next screen. All right, these are the four styles. And you can see the disc in the middle. There's the D, the I, the C, and the S. I'm going to start over with the I. The I is influence. It stands for influence. And typically somebody who is an I is outgoing, enthusiastic, optimistic, high-spirited, and lively. The two squares across the top, dominance and influence, Sarah, if you'll go across there, you'll look at the fact that the top two quadrants, dominance and influence, are faster-paced styles. Up at the very top of the page, you see task-oriented and relationship-oriented. The left-hand styles, dominance and conscientiousness, they are task-oriented. Their priority is the task, getting the job done. On the other side, relationship-oriented, you have the I style and the S style. And the words here are steadiness, influence, conscientiousness, dominance. I want you to think about the characteristics versus the typical word, all right? So the two styles on the bottom, C and S, they're slower paced. They don't operate as fast as the D and the I. Over in the dominant style, the D, the dominant style tends to be more direct. They get to the point very, very quickly. They want results and they want them now. They tend to be quite firm in the way that they approach an issue. And that comes across oftentimes in a way which is not easy for someone who may be an S, because you'll see that an S is a slower paced style. Dominance might be strong-willed, and this is maybe a way to describe that. It's their way or the highway, because they know everything and they know what they want and they know how to get it. Okay? Now then, they can be quite forceful in that communication. If you go down to the C style, the C style tends to be very, very analytical. They're reserved. They're more introverted, whereas a D would be extroverted. One of the things that the C style absolutely loves is accuracy, precise. It's got to be right. You will often find people who are perfectionists have a very strong C as their style. Now then, the private, they tend to be more reserved, and they're very systematic. They do things in order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now then, if you go across over on the right-hand side to the S, you can see that the S's, they're steady. They're also a really supportive style. They're even-tempered. You're not going to see high moods and low moods. They're usually very helpful and accommodating. This style is much more patient. They don't need credit. They're humble, and they're very tactful. And because the S is relationship-oriented, you might find in the workplace that they're going to be very conscious about everybody being on board and understand and being okay with it before a decision is made. That's a very strong characteristic. They want to make sure, as much as they can, that everybody's happy before change occurs. All right. Now going up to the I. The I's are pretty intuitive folks. Now, an I makes a decision by the way they feel about what's going on. Whereas a D is making a decision just because they're a good risk taker and they kind of know what they need to get done in order to get their results, because they're results oriented. Somebody who's a C is going to need a whole lot of information before they might make a decision. Whereas an I is going to be very quick to make a decision because they know how they feel about it. They like it or they don't, period. Okay? So these are just some quick and easy ways to look at this. The next screen. This is why a person can be successful using the DISC. It helps you know yourself better. It helps you understand what and how your style affects other people. It gives you some insight into what the strengths are of your style and then what some of the weaknesses might be. It helps you also to have a positive attitude about your style. And I'll give you an example of this. My style is an I. Now, you don't have very many I's in a group. Usually there's one. More and more, there's a lot of C's and a lot of D's. More and more, there's a lot of C's because of technology. But I was on a executive team where there were two S's, the city manager and the fire chief. There was a lot of C, the planning director and the finance director, and I believe the city attorney were C's. Police chief, engineer, building official, were all D's. The city manager was an S and I was an I. And characteristically, we like to think of somebody who's very directive as being a good leader. We don't often look at S styles and I styles as being important to a team effect. Now, I wasn't taken seriously by the folks on my team. And so it was, I kept thinking, what's wrong with me? How come I can't be, how come I'm not doing the right things and everything is wrong? So when somebody came in and gave us a tool along the lines of the DISC, it wasn't the DISC at the time, I really started to understand that my style was effective and it was critical. And I was, kind of gave me permission to say, I'm okay. I'm okay. So the DISC also helps you have the ability to look at situations and the people involved in those situations and adapt behavioral strategies in dealing with them. And this comes in really helpful when it comes to the public, okay? So next screen. All right, we'll get into this, but right now what I would like you to do is I would like you to open up envelope number 3. And in that envelope, you will find your review and results. And it's 3:20, and I'm going to give you 15 minutes to take some time and go through this and see what your style is. And then as we move forward through this, we will, you'll get to hear what other people's styles are. So I want you to take a look at, in particular, I believe they've actually changed up the format on this for me. I used to have it memorized. I think it's page 6 now in the new one. Nope, it's not. It is page 4. Used to be page 6. So go through this, look at your style. But on page 4, what I would like you to do is I would like you to go through that narrative and either circle, highlight, or underline the things that fit for you as part of your characteristics, okay? Now then, if your dot is closer to the center than the outside of the circle, that means that you're a little bit more flexible with the characteristics. If your dot is all the way to the outside line of that circle, it means that you are pretty solid in that style with those characteristics, okay? All right, so you're gonna all take a few minutes here, and at, let's see, it's 3:23 to 3:20. At 3:40, I will start talking again, and then we'll engage a bit, okay? But I want you to take some time and read through it and take a look at it. So let's take a break, and we can actually leave our screens if we want to. Okay. No, it's not supposed to be your dad, but I look at you. What do you think? Was anybody surprised? No? You can talk.
No, I was not surprised.
How come? Tell us what fits. Okay, I think for the next part, before you start talking, Mary, why don't you all open up envelope, number, hang on. Oh, I just reorganized my desk and I can't find it. Envelope number 4. This way you can see what everybody's style is as they're talking about it. Okay? So Mary, what resonated for you under your style, which is a
That's interesting.
S.
SI. A lot. I mean, I think it's good for me to always notice, like what's not what's the word I'm looking for? Effective, especially in decision making. And so, yeah, I'm not sure what to say right now, so I'm going to just pass it on for a second, and you can come back to me.
Perfect. And by the way, that is a true S style right there. Okay. Who else? What was your first reaction when you saw your style? Tiger, what about you?
I was a little surprised that I was dead center in my style rather than somewhere closer to the middle. A lot of it resonated with me very strongly. The one thing that really didn't was that I'm more comfortable with spontaneity than this analysis suggests. But otherwise, I could relate to it pretty strongly.
Okay. And look where your dot is. Your dot's more towards the center of the circle, which means that you are not as strongly rooted in the characteristics of the C style. And so the closer you are to the middle of that, remember, that gives you a little bit more flexibility around certain things. And also keep in mind, we use all of these styles. One of them is just home base. Okay? Okay, what about the rest of you? Sue B., Mayor.
I will speak. I was just making sure I was unmuted because usually Mary has to say, Mayor Beckmeyer, you're muted. And then I've already been going blah, 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 blah for the longest time. A lot of the items on page 4 resonated with me. I used an underline, not a highlighter, but often with students, you know, I'm trying to teach them how to use highlighters, and I don't highlight everything. If you're highlighting absolutely everything, what's the point of highlighting, right? Yet, as I was going through paragraph by paragraph, the words that were popping off the page at me were reliable, conscientious, steady, usually maintain a calm exterior, want to build a stable environment, desire to do things correctly, sometimes strive for perfection to avoid being criticized, tend to produce high quality results, but you may occasionally get bogged down with the specifics. What was another one that was like, I mean, I'm not going to read the whole page, but pretty, I mean, it was like, yep. I was really anxious while I was reading this to know what everybody else was, you know, but I did underline a line that said, you may feel overpowered at times by those who are more direct. It was a paragraph about being diplomatic, thinking carefully before speaking. I've been challenged by individuals in the past for not speaking my mind enough from the dais. And I've been chided over that, in fact.
Okay.
And I, looking at this, I guess I'm uncomfortable with aggression and dislike direct conflict. However, consistency, reliability, commitment to quality, contributions to the team's success, those are all very true for me.
Great.
It resonated. The one part that I was a little unexpected but happy about was that I had a strong enthusiasm core or tendency, which comes in not my part of the circle. It comes in the I part of the circle.
If you look at where your dot is also over towards the S. Mm-hmm. And so remember The D's and the C's on the left-hand side are focused primarily on the task, whereas the folks on the right-hand side of the circle are primarily, their priority is the relationship. So a CS is a pretty good style to have in a leadership position. And in fact, don't tell anybody, but every style is a good style to have in a leadership position. Okay.
Yeah.
So we oftentimes, though, don't look at certain styles as being what we, from a stereotypical standpoint, think of as being a good leader. And those are the S's and the C's. And the reason is because the S's and the C's are not how we have traditionally viewed leadership. So to make that point, I'm not sure who's in my age group here, but I'll use some presidents as examples. What style do you think President Obama was?
S.
Who said S?
No.
That's my buzzer for nope. You don't go on to Final Jeopardy. What style? Obama was a C. If you think about it, he was very slow to action. He was very analytical. He really took time. And if you've read his book, oh my God, it really comes out in the way that he approached his presidency. What about Reagan? How many of you remember him as the governor?
Not really.
Dang it. I'm old. Seriously? I'm the only one.
I remember when he was the governor, but I wasn't paying attention to politics.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think Reagan was?
See, and I
think it was a D.
Well, I would say you're probably right, both I, D, DI, one of those two. But he was definitely an I. I mean, think about when he would get up at the podium and the speeches he would make. He got people on board with the worst policies ever.
He was an excellent public speaker.
Yeah, because he was an actor. You know, if only our mental health could have had him not be a part of it. He took it, he eliminated it from California, and then he went national on eliminating mental health services. So then let's go to, how about Clinton? What do you think Clinton was? Michael, what do you think?
I think a D.
I'm just reading these just to see here. I could see him being a D. He had his priorities. He had his fears, given his, his background as a child and everything else. And I could see him being a D.
I think he was a D or an I. An I. What about Carter? Who remembers Carter? Again, I'm the only one.
I think he's probably an S.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. What did we think of him as a president, as a leader? Did we see him as weak or strong?
Weak. He's probably had the best post presidency of anybody.
Yeah, he was a definite, solid, strong S, and we tend to see S's and I's as not necessarily, from a like I said, stereotypical standpoint, not necessarily effective as leaders. And I want to give you an example of how this plays out. With my city, where my city manager was an S and I was an I, and basically everybody except two other people were Ds, it was really painful for some of us because the Ds at that point were very dominating and dominant, and they did not realize the fact that had our city manager also been a D, They couldn't have done all the things they wanted to do. He was an S, so he was really supportive of the things in the projects that they wanted to do. And thank God for my eye, because I was the one that kept the council in line. You know, I was the one that kept the council really in a good place for the rest of the staff. Now imagine, I mean, you guys have a really good mix, right? Would all the Ds raise their hand?
Right.
So on the council, you have Sue as a D and Mike as a D. All the S's, raise your hand. On the council, Mary is your only S. And 2 C's, you have Sue and Tiger. Now then, think about the fact, and I want you to just sort of go back into your mind's eye and think about how people present themselves on the dais at times. You know, traditionally, based on the style, Sue and Mike are going to know what they want to do and how they want to do it. And they're going to move, you know, 1 and 2. And they're going to be ready to move on. They know what they need. They know what they want. They've got it figured out. Mary's going to look at everybody on that dais. She's going to look at the mayor, and she's going to look at Tiger, and she's going to try to read them and see if they feel comfortable and happy with what Mike and Sue want to do. And these are all hypothetical. I'm making it up. I haven't watched you in action. I'm just using the style characteristics. Mm-hmm. And when Mary kind of sees that maybe Sue and Tiger aren't on board, you know what she might do? She might just sort of put you all in emergency brake situation, puts the skids on, and she makes you reflect on things in a different way. Because one of the characteristics of an S is she wants everybody to be okay with this decision. Mm-hmm. That's something she needs. She needs people to be on board and to be happy. And you need that style. You need that style because her style on your city council is the relationship-oriented style. The rest of you are focused on getting the task accomplished. Okay?
I'm curious, Kevin and Michelle, do you think these are all, you have the sheet with everybody on it, I'm assuming. So you think it's all pretty accurate?
Well, I can say for me, I already, Stacey doesn't, I think I'm more of a D as opposed to an SI. So
and that, my friends, is what a city attorney will say.
Yeah, maybe it's like post-law school.
I just want to make sure that your city attorney is a D, because city attorneys should be a D, I think. and what Stacey has explained to me in the past is that we are all parts of these at one point in time. And that's what helps me, because I know I can be a D sometimes. Just ask my husband, my secretary, you know, I mean, some people.
We don't have to ask you those people. At least
So I think with regard to the council members, I definitely do think that I take your styles thinking that I actually see a little bit of all of the styles in all of you, right? So for me, it's interesting to know where your comfort zone is, because that's what you look at these for. That's where you feel most comfortable. So it's interesting to me.
And I would add, Mike, to your question that, yeah, I see these results from my perspective as being pretty reasonably accurate, but that you all do have all of the styles. And I think that what an interesting conversation point is about this assessment is when you're in work mode versus when you're in, sort of your personal life mode. And being a city council member is very unique. It's a very unique mode, kind of in between there someplace, because you're, a community leader and people know you very well personally, constituents and such, but you're also in that leadership role. So I don't know, it's just an interesting, like when I saw yours, Mike, I was thinking, well, I think Mike's probably has a lot more I in him also, you know, just from how you interact with people socially. Yeah, so, but it's a good guideline, I think.
Okay. Aside from Michelle, who didn't like their style?
I was shooting right for the bullseye of all of them, but I didn't get it, so.
So here's the deal. This is a tool to help you understand how you are communicating and how others are communicating with you. Okay? Now, it's to give you some insight. So if you know that Tiger and Sue need a lot of information in order to get to a decision, you're going to be prepared on a controversial issue that's in front of the council to recognize that Sue and Mike, maybe because they're both fast-paced and I is fast-paced too, you know, they're going to have to put the brakes on and be a little bit more patient. You also are going to have to recognize that when you're dealing with maybe human service issues or issues that are affecting relationships or people, that Mary's going to need things maybe the rest of you aren't going to need, you know, because of her S. So it's to give you some insight into each other as a way of communicating. And I'm going to ask Sarah to go ahead now and put back the PowerPoint. We're going to go through some things really quickly because I'm behind. All right, now this is a little tricky to follow, but if you are at the top line where it says style compatibility and then human relationships and work tasks, if you look at the left-hand column, you'll see DD, DI, DS, and so forth. So if you have two D styles that are working together, so I'm going to say Kevin and Mike, and you look at the task, you're going to see that traditionally two Ds do fair at the task together. Then go over to good and you'll see that one for the relationships, it's really good. Now, why do you think they're only fair on working together on a task?
Because they both want to be the director.
Absolutely. They want it their way. Exactly. Now then, if you go down to the D and the S on tasks, that one, why do you think they have an excellent relationship on D and S? Why do you think they can work together well? Mary, can you talk to your relationship with Mike some or with Kevin?
Yeah, no, I immediately thought of Mike because there's like a balance each other out.
Yeah.
And we're, that's
yeah. He's going to take care of business and you're going to make sure everybody's okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right,
and
now.
I depend on him for that. Like I can depend on him for that. That's cool. Yeah.
Yep. Now then, if you look at an I, let's go to the II right there. Look at how they do working together on a task. Why do you think that's the case?
Because they're Chip and Dale.
As in,
no, you do it. No, your idea is better. No, I think the way you were approaching it is better. Like they're not deciding or advancing the task.
So I'm gonna ask Michelle to chime in here a bit with me, because Michelle, much to her chagrin, is an I, and I'm an I. And Michelle, would you describe our conversation on the phone yesterday when I had to interview you?
In what? Describe it how?
Did either one of us ever finish a sentence before the other one started talking?
Oh yeah, no.
We never got to the point of the interview. What we did was plan a party.
Yeah, we would just go off in other topics and other projects because
we were all about having a good time.
Yeah, we weren't about the task at hand. Certainly, that was true.
So I
usually am. Remember, I work for these people. Tell them I usually I confused.
And that's an I trying to manipulate the situation and that's what they do. They make sure things happen that they want to happen. So by the end of this conversation, Michelle will have you all convinced she's a D.
Not.
Now, let's go down to the SC. And go look at that. Oh, wow. They are.
What a team.
Yeah, what a team. The S and the C. Why do you think that they're so good together?
I don't know. Why are we so good together, Mary? I feel like we've got all the bases covered, and there's also kind of a relationship piece that is important. It's not like the task at the expense of the relationship or do you know what I mean? It's not okay, then I won't say it anymore.
That's exactly right. Number one, you guys work at about the same pace. You're both kind of introverts. You get what you need from each other, support and information. And so it's a really lovely, lovely partnership. I will tell you that as an I, if you look at the I and the C, and you see that the relationship is poor, you see that right there? But go over to the task, Sarah, over under good. If I didn't have a C working with and for me, I would be toast. I would be toast. And so it's just a matter of having some sense of it. And it doesn't mean that we can't adapt either. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now then, I will make sure you get copies of this so that you can use it. We're going to go through it kind of quickly. And I'm going to focus on the C since we have numerous C's. C's tend to be more formal in their appearance. Their workspace is usually pretty neat. If you go into a C's desk, in many cases, it's pretty organized. Not so much for an S, really, but a C would be. If their priority is the task and the process, a C absolutely hates to be embarrassed. They don't want to get anything wrong because that would just not be right. Under tension, they might avoid a situation and shut down. Now, I'm going to move over to the D column, and I'm going to look at decision-making. A decision maker decides quickly, then seeks the facts to support the decision and takes risks. So an easy way to describe this would be ready, fire, aim. They oftentimes will need to change the decision. All right, now under tension, this is a good line there. We'll go through everybody. Under tension, the D becomes autocratic. My way or the highway. The I attacks personally. And my husband will attest to that. You know, I will leave him, I'll take it in, and then I've got no more room and I explode and I attack personally. But then I'm over it. It's all gone. My victims are laying on the floor bleeding to death and I'm ready for them to go have pizza with me. And he can't figure out how that happened because it takes him as a C a long time to get over it. So an S will usually just give in. If it's too hard, they'll give in. And a C shuts down, and that's what my husband does. Okay, now, if we go down to the body language, Look at the S and the I. Don't play poker, Mary, because they'll know what we're going on. They'll know what our hands are because we can't keep it to ourselves.
So true.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you don't say good morning to an I or an S back, they're going to be wondering all day why you're mad at them. Why you did not say good morning back. A D doesn't care. A D doesn't care if you say good morning. They just know it is a good morning if they think it is. All right. Now then, go to the bottom one. Sarah wants to be. A D wants to be in charge. An I needs to feel appreciated. They need to know that what they did was valuable and helpful. They need to have praise and they need feedback. An S, they just need you to like them. They need you to like them and be their friend. And the C, absolutely, positively, has to be correct. Okay, they love being precise. As a lot of C's bear the very heavy burden of being perfectionists. And that can be a tough thing to have to manage. Okay, next slide. All of this comes into play around emotional intelligence. This is the key. The capacity to be aware of, control, and express your emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships judiciously and empathetically. This is how you can be successful both personally and professionally. A D who cannot have their emotions under control and operates autocratically is not going to be successful. They're going to have fear-based employment environment or decision-making environment. Okay, next slide. Now, these are things that help us know whether we're good at it or bad at it. Personal competence and social competence. What I see, if somebody is personally competent, that means they have good self-awareness. They know how they're projecting themselves. One of the blind spots I had as a city manager was that, I was very vocal. I'd be walking down the hall thinking out loud. And by that afternoon, somebody would be doing what I had been talking about. And I'm like, wait, what? I didn't make that decision. So it's having that self-awareness. I clearly did not. The position gave me a power that I was not aware I had in getting, for other people. Social competence is social awareness. How am I being seen within a group context? Now, what I do, self-management and relationship management. Under personal competence, self-management is that I'm not going to leave my victims laying on the floor bleeding to death. I'm going to have the ability to engage with them in a way to where they're not going to know I'm upset. And then what I do from a social competence is relationship management. How do I interact with people whose styles are difficult for me? How do I manage that relationship? How do I engage with someone who is diametrically opposed to me from a values standpoint? I struggled so bad with that during the last administration with people that were in my family and that were in my friend circle. I frankly didn't want to manage the relationship on many levels. But if you want to be successful, you have to figure out a way to do that. Okay, so this is the key. All right, the next slide. We're going to pass this one, go to the next one. So when we're our highest and best self, we have high emotional intelligence on the right-hand column. And when we're not doing so good or we're having a bad day, it's on the left-hand side. So if I'm an S and I'm not doing well in my emotional intelligence, I'm going to be resistant to change. I'm going to be passive. I'm not going to really play. I'm not going to care. I might not respond. You might ask me questions and I might just say, oh, whatever. I don't care. And then the one that's challenging is that they dig in. If you're not doing what they think you need to do, they might be a little bit stubborn. But if you go to the other side, when they're their highest and best self, they're very patient, very steady. You can depend on them. They're consistent. They're predictable in the way that you know they're going to be there around certain things. So I will make sure you get copies of all of this to have. Okay, now then, the next slide, I think that's our last one. Okay, so we can go back to everybody view. So we're not going to be able to spend as much time as we might on our disc, but you have the information. So I would encourage you to take a good look at it so that you know. And you also have the team view. Now, tomorrow morning, we will integrate the department heads along with you, and you will see their styles and they will see your styles. Okay? So we'll revisit this for just a brief period of time tomorrow. How's everybody doing? Are we okay? Are you doing all right? Give me some feedback. I need it. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm an I.
You're doing great, Stacy.
Doing great.
All right, there we go. Good job, everybody. Okay, now then, we're going to go to the next part of our agenda, which is very quickly. We're going to go to the Google Doc that is titled Manager Council Review of Roles and Responsibilities. And as soon as Sarah gets that put up here, I'll tell you what we're going to do with that.
Do we need to go to the
Doc? Oh,
I think we have to do something, don't we? Oh, wait. Yes, we do. Hang on. Da-da-da. Okay. I'm in the document from my side. So go to the Google Doc that is, and then you'll see the color that you have assigned to you. That's what that meant, Mike. I'm going to make it kind of small so I can look at you. Sarah, take it off of the screen so I can see them. And once you guys get in the document, you'll be able to go to your screen and then also go to the document.
So you want us to go to that email we got and open it up, right?
I would assume. I'll ask Sarah to weigh in here, but
yes, there should be a link that says roles and responsibilities on the email that you received from Deputy City Clerk Brooks.
Okay, the one we got used to get in. Okay.
Okay.
So it's the roles and responsibilities link.
Yeah. You see that form? When you get there, let me know you're there. Verbally, because I can't see the whole screen.
I'm here.
Okay, Mike is there.
I'm here.
Go ahead without me.
Tiger, Mary.
I have to transfer and do some stuff, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong computer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
Why is it saying anonymous walrus?
Why wouldn't it say anonymous walrus?
Come on, Mike.
It was hovering around your name, Tiger.
Google is assigning
Got a little longer
random
first.
names to each of the users, so you'll be identified as a type of animal.
all right.
Are we supposed to do this on a separate device, or can we do it in the same computer?
I want you all in the same document. If you can all go to the same document and type with your color, it will show up. So I'm black. So under roles and responsibilities under council, I'm going to say makes decisions for community.
So you can do this either on the device that you're using for your meeting, or you can do it on a different device, whatever works well for you. The document is in the cloud, and we'll be able to see what you're typing on the screen when I screen share.
Got it.
And I'm just doing this really quickly to give you a sense of it.
Are we supposed to be doing this also now?
Yes, but please make sure your ink color is the color that's assigned to you so we know who's typing.
I'm having trouble finding the color here.
So you're simply asking what our roles and responsibilities are?
Yes, you see across the top, roles and responsibilities. What are the roles and responsibilities of the council? Fill in things that are important to you there. And then under manager, put what you think there. Under department heads, put what you think there. Under community, put what you think there. We don't often deal with what the community's role and responsibilities are. Oh, I see, Sarah. So you have it up on the, okay, I got it.
I'm a moose.
I
Wow.
was just looking at the.
By the way, Mike, Google Gachoob.
What?
I say Google Gachoob.
Google YouTube, okay.
The walrus.
I am the walrus.
He is the walrus.
Oh, you're the walrus? I'm a moose. Seems
I'm an
appropriate.
anonymous rhino.
So get a few things in there that you want to talk about. So, Kevin, you should be participating. Michelle, you can participate.
Yeah, mine isn't working. So.
I'm just not figuring out how I type in my color.
Yeah, me either. It's okay.
If you touch your name, it will change your cursor to your color.
Oh, thank you.
Change the text, change the color of the text in the toolbar.
My problem is I can't stay on the document.
Why not? Oh, because you.
I don't know why not. I'm like, oh, there. No. Oh, there. Okay.
Okay.
I want to know why I don't have an animal.
Oh my God, who said that?
Mary, of course.
Somebody said, now I'm a dingo. Gee, I'm confused.
I don't even have an animal. I have nothing.
Koala.
Koala, yeah, that's a cool one, Mary.
Makes sense.
So, you know, I think the original one, Stacy, did not have my name on it that I got from Elizabeth. I think she added me later, and it's not.
You were sort of a no offense to, please, but an afterthought to adding you to this.
Oh, that's so sweet, Stacy.
It was mostly for the council, and we put you and Kevin in.
Oh.
Why are we all anonymous?
Okay, stop asking those kinds of questions.
I don't know. I'm analytical. I can't help it.
I don't know Google Docs. If it wasn't for Sarah and Elizabeth, we wouldn't even have this. I'm still out of my comfort zone, not being in the room with you without a flip chart and pen.
Yeah, I don't even know.
All right, just get a few things in there so we can talk.
I can't write in anything except council. Is that correct?
No, you should be able to.
You should be able to get into another box. Can you?
So every time I went to the column, it changed my color. And so I had to go to the column, then go up to the top of the screen and change the text color at the top of the screen. And then it would let me use that color.
Yeah. I could get in the column and then I keep typing in the wrong color.
Right, so
Okay.
first put the cursor in the column, then go to the top and change the color where it says A with the underline. That'll change your text color, and then it'll let you type in that color in the column when you're there.
Thank you, Tiger. And Sarah, as soon as they get a few things in the column, take that down. I'll just work on it. We're going to talk it through because we're using up way too much time. I think they can talk this better. Plus, I need to see people.
It sure gives the public a lot of confidence how tech we all are.
No, but it's kind of fun, Stacy. This is like fun.
As long as I have all nine.
The spoken like a true S, okay?
I know. And the eyes like, okay, I'm not feeling really good about this. So.
And I'm not in control, so I'm having a problem here.
I know. Did Kevin actually, where's Kevin? I haven't heard from Kevin.
I've put a couple blue things in here.
Okay.
But there's a blue thing that I didn't put in there.
That's my blue.
You know what? I'm blue too because
There's a lot of blues.
yeah.
All right, everybody.
I'm a Kiwi now.
All right, would the Kiwis and the dingoes and everybody please leave the Google Doc and go back to your Zoom meeting?
Oh, thank
Go
goodness.
back to the Zoom.
The two Ds are going back to her comfort zone now.
You know what? It felt really good when it was me, Sarah. We were able to do it, but okay. So that was a little complicated. Thank you very much for risking that new activity. So let's talk a little bit about roles and responsibilities. What are the key roles that you as council members have? Let's just have a discussion. Let's just chat.
To protect the community and do what's best for the community.
Okay.
Set policy.
Set policy. Okay. What else?
I think we also have the duty to try to look long-term, to take and implement policies that are for the long term, and to try set plans in motion for the long term, RENA numbers or, City Hall, whatever, that this needs to be happening, and also to look at a vision and try to implement. Explain.
Exactly.
And conduit information as to why we need to do this.
Okay. What do you think the role, city council members, this is a question for you. Michelle and Kevin, your staff will come back to you at the towards the end for you to weigh in on these, okay? Sarah, are you taking some notes at all, or should I be?
I'll take these notes.
Okay. So we heard that your job is long-term vision. It's to make decisions on policy, set policy for the citizens. What else did you say that I missed?
To allow us to protect, explain, conduit for information.
Yep, keep the citizen informed. How is that the council's job, and how do you facilitate that?
Keeping citizens informed.
Yeah.
I think we all do it differently,
Yeah.
which is what's so good about it.
For me, a lot of it is writing a lot of emails and responding to a lot of questions.
I think it's also reasonable for the council to set expectations, given what our limitations are, staff limitations, financial, geographic, other government, hierarchy rules. We have to set expectations as to what we can and cannot do as a council.
Somebody's got something going on, or we should mute and let just the speaker.
Maybe it's my fan.
I think it might be. Okay.
Yep.
That was. All right.
I think one of our roles too is to listen.
Yep. Sue, Mayor Beckmeyer, you were saying something I think you got cut off.
I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. All right. So what do you think the role of the city manager is, council? And everybody can unmute if Mike turned his fan off. Okay.
I think to share factual information too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a spokesperson on the council?
Mayor.
Okay. All right. So what is the city manager's role, council?
Keep the trains running. Make sure that the decisions are implemented and tasks are done,
Okay.
and we can get to goal setting and have a list that's got check boxes next to the things that we said the year before.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
It seems to me it's always a lot of things piled on the city manager. Lots of things. He has to go out and get facts. He has to get figures. He has to come back with alternatives. So there's a lot involved in each individual subject.
Yeah, and he has to protect his employee, all the staff, all the city staff, all of them.
Everyone.
Make sure that they're not overworked and they're healthy and, all those things.
He also has to herd the cats called the city council members too, right? To try to be sure I once had a rogue school board member and it was horrible. Okay, so you have to take and, be sure everybody's treated equally, every council member. I don't get more info than, it will happen because I'm more into something than maybe Mary is, but eventually everybody needs to be equally treated, and he does a good job. And of course, then he should always say yes to every council member's request. That's his job also, right?
Yeah, right.
That, my friends, is another example of a D. Ready, fire, aim. If he said yes to you all the time and what you were asking was craziness, where would that land you?
Okay. In deep trouble.
Yeah, and that's then where it would land you is with your city attorney, probably.
Oh, yeah.
The attorney would be trying to bail you out. So
scary.
Okay, so what about the department? Michelle, you're mute. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, Mike, I wouldn't have to kick you under the table. Don't make me.
Which is really hard to do in Zoom.
I know. I think the new term is like, what was it a couple of years ago? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now it's going to be unmute. Okay, so what about the department heads, City Council? What is the role of the department heads?
Again, to maintain everything, their employees underneath them that keep balance in the city, try to get everything done.
Yeah.
Deal with the public.
But I also think department heads have an unusual circumstance because we are a service-oriented entity. However, there's enforcement components to both public works, planning, obviously police, and even fire, because they have to maintain the balance of, well, you can't do this because, and I think there's, that falls on the department heads. And, given the kind of time I had the rogue council member, they actually sometimes have to protect their staff from, unfortunately, I've never had anybody on city council, but, goes individually after employees.
Okay. All right, what about the community? What is their job? What's the community's job, City Council? We don't talk about this very much.
No, we don't.
It would be nice if they took the time to for me, to teach me things. If you're an environmentalist and you want me to advocate for environmental policies and I don't know shit about them, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Live television.
Sorry,
I don't think anybody's on. You're good. Go.
It's a friendly crowd here.
Oh, that might be too bad. No, but come and teach me about environmental policies, or else I'm not going to know what they are. You know what I mean? So I appreciate when the community comes and brings me information that I can learn from.
Okay. What else is there?
I would say that the community needs to educate themselves a little bit too, because they'll come to us and say, I never heard of this project ever. How come I never heard about it? Well, that's because we've been working on it for 10 years. Mm-hmm. And that's why you've never heard about it. because you didn't even live here 10 years ago. So before you start yelling at council, look back and educate yourself too.
I was going to say that I think the job of the citizens is to let us know what they want. And they do that very, sometimes forcefully and sometimes very repeatedly.
Uh-huh. Okay, Sarah, can you put up my, I'm Michelle and Kevin, I'll come back to you. But Sarah, can you put up the handout that I sent you for everybody to see?
Which handout?
I'm working on that now.
Oh, we don't have it.
You don't have
Okay.
it. No. While she's doing that, how'd you like the envelope thing? Was that easy for you, or was that? It was my way of trying to be with you.
That's fine.
Oh, I liked it.
Okay, good.
Depends what's in the last envelope, Stacy.
My C personality came out though. I was stressing that I didn't have it.
Oh, I know, that was bad.
And no, and it must have been my fault.
No, I was stressing, let me tell you. All right, on the screen in front of you is my invention. I believe the bell curve theory of citizen involvement. Now, I cannot attest to the math being correct, but I will say that I can do this math in my head. That's why I pick these numbers. And it usually is pretty accurate for a group. So if you just think about the city council as a group, we'll take a look at this. So I'm going to move you over to the side of the column that is civic thorns. Do you see that word, civic thorns? All right. For every positive, we also have an equal negative. And so on one side, you have a positive. On the other side, you have a negative. So on the left-hand side, where it's 2% of our community are the super citizens, I bet you could name those people in your community. They're the people who get things done. They build hospitals. They plan huge, wonderful civic projects. They get it done. And I don't know what their names are, but you do. Now, if you go to the next column over to the right of that, you'll see that the super citizens also have a support group. Well, the support group are the people who are on the committees. They're the committee, the super citizens are the committee chairs, and the super citizen support group are the committee members. They're the ones that are out knocking on doors. You know, the super citizen has written the big check, and the other people are trying to get the rest of the donations for whatever project is. Now then, if you go to the negative side, you'll see that you have your civic thorns, 2%. And then they also have a support group. So about 30% of your community is divided up, positive and negative. Some people are doing good things. Some people are doing not so good things. Now, the civic thorns are the people that are not happy. I think Sue, the mayor, was just standing and saying they tell us over and over and over again how they're feeling. And she may be talking about something positive, but a lot of times you don't hear from people unless they're not happy. And so they're the ones that are showing up at the council meetings and letting you have it time after time after time. You've had several of these big issues in your community over the past. Now then, who do you think the group in the middle is in your community? The 70%.
People who don't pay attention at all.
No.
They don't care.
They
No, I think they're like, it ain't broke, you know? Their life is, I mean, that's my opinion. I'm sorry, Sue. I didn't mean to step on you.
No, the people in the middle, you're both right, actually. The people in the middle are living their life, going to work, coming home, coaching their kids in Little League, you know, going to the market, taking care of things. You don't hear from them. That's why they're called the silent majority. Now, you do hear from them, and here's when. You hear from them when it affects them personally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And then they will move to one side or the other. If they're in favor of whatever it is and it's affecting them personally, they're going to be over in the plus side. But they're not going to go all the way to the end where the 2% is. They're going to join that 13%. Okay? Same happens on the other side. I'm a business in town and you're planning on putting in a stop sign, and that stop sign is going to do two things. It's going to block my driveway, so where people can't come in and out of my business. So I don't want that stop sign there. I want people to keep going through so that people can get into my business. So I'm going to show up and I'm going to let you know how I feel. As soon as that issue's over, where do you think I go?
In the middle.
Right back to where I was before. Now, the point of this diagram is for you to look at it for a minute and tell me where you think you spend most of your time as a city council. Which group do you think you're spending most of your time responding to?
Thorns.
Are you spending your time with the super citizens or the civic thorns?
I think thorns.
Newspapers and the media and the bloggers love those guys because they draw attention. They sell newspaper. Well, we don't even hardly have print newspapers anymore, but the media is very responsive to them. So I'm going to bet that you're spending your time for the most part with folks who are coming to you and complaining. And they're usually the loudest voices. And that you can name these folks too, I would imagine. Now then, what I want you to do is look at where most of your community is. They're not one of the 15%, they're the 70%. So I want you to think about when something's going on in your community, I want you just to have some perspective about the fact that probably 70% of the people that live there, they're fine with everything that's going on. When they're not fine is, like I said, when it affects them personally. Okay, so what do you think? You think you have a good group in the middle?
I think too that some of the thorns think they're super citizens.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good observation.
That's well put.
Yep. So it's perspective.
I think it really just depends on what your definition of a super citizen is. I mean, if they're throwing themselves in the arena to come and take the time and come to the council and organize their group and stuff, they are a good citizen. They're just exercising their right and their democracy, but then when it becomes destructive in some respects, then I think they become the thorn.
And that, thank you, Michael. I think that's good. I appreciate that. I think it's important to just kind of have an observation about, what, and that helps you to be conscious of where your public is falling, as far as what their issues are. Okay, so when we're talking about the citizens in our community, how do we hold them accountable for the things that they're asking you to do? Are they not a part of the community as well? How do you engage them to be accountable and responsible equally? They've elected you to make decisions, but then where do they fall in helping you with those decisions? Do they have a job to do?
A part of what was hard for me to look at that bell curve was the idea of calling people thorns. And sometimes that's exactly what they might come off as. But getting back to Mike's point about perspective, a lot of times if somebody has a massive concern, but they don't necessarily aren't always paying as close attention and so aren't always as familiar with how we do things, then it can be harder to work with them. And so the thought that occurred to me as I was looking at that bell curve is that, the one half of the bell curve, and I'll just forego calling them by the two names because it struck me as
let's say opposition and whatever.
You know, the two kind of energies. Let's say the two energies. You know, while I might spend more time responding to those whom have a heightened sense of concern or whom are eliciting more feedback, I find myself naturally reaching out to those whom are more proactively from a perspective of working with council or trying to see things from the perspective of what our processes is. I actively find myself trying to reach out to those folks. So in response to your question, my answer is, I do find myself reaching out to them, in part if I have something, you know, on my radar that I'd like to accomplish, but also if I just notice that, oh, here's a member of the community trying to do something, maybe I should reach out to them to see what I can do for them, so that I can be more proactive in my relationship with somebody who's trying to be productive. And that's the way I'm looking at it.
Okay, thank you. And that's good. Maybe we need to change the terminology on this a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with the thorn thing. I was having a hard time with that because usually folks who have concerns, they're either afraid of something or they're angry, but that doesn't mean that they're thorny.
Okay, so I'm going to look Tiger and Mary, and I don't necessarily disagree with all of that, but what I want you to have a consciousness of is that those extremes on the outside are not necessarily where you need to always make your focus. It's the group in the middle that you're not hearing from very often. And it's mostly meant to demonstrate to you that you aren't going to make everybody happy. And if you have that 70% in the middle that are fairly content, just pat yourselves on the back a little bit that you're doing okay. You know, it's not like you're going to make how many of you do think you're going to make all your citizens happy? Good. You have a realistic perspective. All right. So that's mostly just to demonstrate to you that in any given time with any issue, the majority of a population is most of the time fairly well comfortable. And like I said, they come and talk to you when it affects them personally. Some people aren't ever going to be happy. All right. Now I'm going to go to Michelle and Kevin really quickly. And I'm going to ask them, and we're coming back to the community because nobody's answered my question yet. We're going to come back to Kevin and Michelle. Tell me what you think the council's responsibility and role is.
I think it's primarily to set policy and give staff direction on what and when to implement it.
Okay.
Yeah, generally, but more specifically, the council often has to make very tough decisions. And I think it's also a role I think Mike mentioned this, to be thinking big picture and vision, you know, about the sort of decisions that are being made to get to where the city, you know, where the council wants the city to be.
Say that again, Kevin. Explain. Tell me what you just said again. Say that again.
To maintain the big picture and visionary thinking for the community, for the city.
Okay. What about the city manager? What's the city manager's role?
There's a few things. I mean, all of the things that were mentioned are accurate. I think kind of a really core thing is to be providing the professionalism and expertise, not just, you know, providing facts, but providing, you know, based on our professionalism and expertise in local government. Also to present strategy options. You know, strategic thinking is part of that expertise that you bring to you know, provide the council with a menu of ways to approach difficult decisions.
Okay.
Also, you know, I mean, what it was mentioned, but a huge responsibility, which often is not really, doesn't rise to the forefront maybe in the community's mind that much, but is to be responsible for the entire organization. I think Councilmember Beer, Mayor Pro Tem Beer mentioned, you know, organizational health and culture to lead that.
Okay. How about the city attorney? What's the city attorney's role?
To tell me how I can get things legally done.
Mike likes that one.
Yeah.
To be a yes person. Okay, Michelle, we're giving you a bad time.
No, it's not giving me a bad time. It is something that something that we have to live with as city attorneys, because deep down, I want to say yes. I want to say yes. And so our job really is to not tell a council no.
Right.
Not to tell Councilmember O'Neill no. The goal is to tell the council how they could accomplish something.
Right.
It may not be in the form that they want or that they think, but it's to help them achieve the goal. And so achieving the goal may not be how the council member thinks that they're going to achieve the goal, because I might have to tell them, well, that way is not legal. Let's do it this way. It may not be exactly the same, but it's close enough. So I really don't see my role as saying no. It really is helping the council, advising them on how they can legally achieve their goals.
Right. Good. Thank you. What about the department heads? What's their job?
Department heads need to, you know, be the subject matter experts in their field and lead their departments, obviously, but something that's not as obvious is to help me in leading the whole organization. So department heads need to think interdepartmentally and citywide in the work they do. That's just a critical facet of being on a member of the executive team.
Okay, good. How about the community? What's the community's job?
Well, I think Councilmember Vaterlos mentioned becoming informed. I guess my perspective on that is that their job or their responsibility, or is that our desire for them? What makes things really hard is when community members intentionally disregard the facts and the information because it doesn't suit their desires. I agree. What I'm saying is I agree. I think it's a goal that they do become informed, and it's part of city staff's job to be providing that information. Council reports are not just for the city council, they're for the public. Also, and this is especially true in Pacifica, there's just a massive volunteer ethic. And so community members that want to make a difference can volunteer in many. It doesn't have to be for the city or a committee or commission. It can be for anything in the community. So volunteerism is really important well, it always has been. So, you know, when resources are,
Thank you. Thank you for that, because I think that, we talk a lot about civic responsibility, but we don't really know what we mean by that in many cases. Because, and to Tiger's comment and Mary's comment earlier about, people coming to the council to let you know how, they feel about something, and it may not necessarily be the majority opinion or whatever, but it's, they are fulfilling their civic responsibility. And I think I look back on my own career as a city manager, and, I always wondered, when we put a measure out there or something for people to vote on, and, we as a city manager, and I'll just give you a specific example. We were expanding our urban growth boundary in a community, and we hired a consultant to come in and give us lots of ideas about what we needed to do from a general plan perspective to add that and to bring this number, it was a huge piece of parcel, into the city limits. And so we had this big community meeting. We went so far as to tell the consultant how to dress to appeal to the community, because we knew this was the best and the right thing to do for the city, from a revenue standpoint, from a tax base standpoint, from a future standpoint, the staff, from the department heads to the city manager to the city council. So we had this big meeting. We invited all the community to come, and the community walked around the room, looked at everything, and they said, we don't like any of this. We don't want to expand the boundary to our community. And it was like, oh my God, we had our blinders on. We didn't know. But they were being, we didn't ask them the question. So it's finding that balance with our community and with our citizens around our decision making and what we want to do and how we want to do it. And there's a sort of a Zen saying about, water is going to find its own path. And so you can't force issues. And so when we talk about civic responsibility, I'm just putting this out there for you to think about, what does that look like? What does that mean? Because oftentimes cities, organizations will tend to punish those civic thorns, for lack of a better term at this moment, if they aren't telling them what they want to hear. So and I'm not saying that those issues are before you right now. I don't know. But I will say that in the past, the city's had some pretty controversial issues where they've had a real struggle to find out what that means. They thought they knew, but they didn't know. And so sometimes, community members need to help you and get what they ask for. It may not be what we want, but it may be what that's their job. You're elected representatives of the people, and Kevin and Michelle are appointed representatives for you. So it's just something to think about, just to add some perspective. We certainly right now have had much more engaged communities than we've ever had. We have an activist community, a population for the most part. And so how do we bring and embrace the members of our community in a way to where they're participating in the decision making instead of confronting the decision making? Does it make sense? Helpful? Not helpful? Feedback?
Helpful.
Okay, good. Okay. All right. We are coming up on 5 o'clock, which is our adjourn time. And I hope this wasn't too stressful, going back and forth to documents and opening envelopes and so forth. So the last thing I have on my agenda is your legacy. Your legacy as leaders. And I think that in these times, the legacy that we leave is really important to consider. So I want to put that on your radar screen. I want you to think about, what is it that you want your legacy to be? Some of you have just begun your tenure and your relationship as an elected official and on the city council. Some of you are getting close to not being able to run again because you have term limits. So I want you to think about what your legacy will be. What do you want to be remembered for? And so I want you to grab your sketchbook and just doodle a bit and see what comes up for you. What kinds of things rise to the top around your legacy? And Michelle and Kevin, same for you.
Our legacy?
Yeah, what do you want your legacy to be? That I'm a D and I'm proud of it. Just so you know, Michelle, every I wants to be a D. Can you guys hear that?
Dog?
Yeah? You can? Dang it.
Why?
Well, because he's pretty demanding and
So let him in.
he's now banging on my door.
Let him in.
He wants dinner, probably.
He does. Who knows that? They both do. You guys are not helpful. This is Tyler.
Oh.
Tyler's from China.
Oh my goodness.
All right, you guys. Their daddy was supposed to be home and taking care of this. He's not here yet. Stop. Stop it. Come on, let's go. Let's go back in here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Back. Okay. Here, I'll give you. Hold you. Maybe. Okay. Who needs some more time? Anybody? Probably a lot more time, but we're running out of it. I know. And I would like to, in advance, apologize to the C's for going so fast, not giving you all the details that you need.
And very go with the flow, despite what the book might say.
And to the D.
I'm a C at heart, but I have a surfboard.
Good. Good.
And Stacy, I'm upset because you didn't do what I told you to do. Okay, so just be careful.
I was getting to my apologies to the D's for not letting them run the meeting.
I wrote down what category I thought most people were in.
Oh, did you?
And I got more than half right.
Oh, good. Good.
Right, Sue?
Yeah, there's really specific personalities.
Yep.
You got Me, right? You said I was an
No.
S?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Because I'm not.
Well, I'll tell you something. I did this a long time ago, 15 years, and I came out as a C. And a guy walked up to me after and he goes, "You are no C. You are totally a closet D." And now I came out a D.
You know, I didn't go into it, but there are certain things that will change our style. But typically, our style is pretty much going to stay the same. And those are, like we said in the slide, it is education, sometimes position. I added trauma because I do think that impacts it. And then I think, according to a lot of the information I've read around a lot of this, they say that we pretty much have our home-based style by the time we're 5 years old.
Whoa.
And the reason is it goes back to how we got our way. What did we need to do in order to get what we wanted and needed? And as a child, we figure that out.
Wow, that is
Then
very,
that relates to family position too.
yeah.
Really explains it all.
Okay, so what kind of legacy do you want? Who's going first? Okay, you're going to make me call on you?
I'll go first. I'll go first since I'm the one that's exiting.
When are you up, Michael?
December 22 next year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so a little over a year now, or a year and a half, whatever. So my legacy, I did speaker view, but okay, I'm looking at Stacy, not me. I don't know. Are you guys seeing me?
Listen, I'm going to mute my
Gallery.
And we have to do our own speaker view.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I did kind of like a pot of gold, but at the end, Pacifica actually starts to have choices and sustainability to what they want to do, not necessarily continue to have to do what they do. You know, that we actually have a pot of gold that we can actually determine some of our own stuff and be ready for the next century because things have changed so much since we were developed.
I love that. Who's next?
I'll go next. So I can't ever do it with just pictures. It has to be, can you see that? Because I can't see it. There. So there's a little
in front of
words.
your face so we don't need to see you. We need to
No, I need to see if it's in the box.
back up. There we go. Perfect.
Okay. Can you read it?
Yeah.
Awesome. So as I sketched this out and thought about this, I was like, oh, that's kind of like, it's like Pacifica becoming. These are all the things we have. These are all good things, it's all good things. But to be able to keep doing it and have it be sustainable. And for me, the biggest piece of that has to be a financial aspect and an infrastructure aspect. Our city is older than it was. Mike just said that. And what we used to be able to do 40 years ago, we can't necessarily do the same way. But got to take care of some other aspects.
Nice. Who's next?
I was probably too specific because I picked items. Number one, which I say often, but I'd like Pacifica to become a destination. People don't drive through here, they stop here. And then I put things like the seawall, save the seawall, the pier, the sea level rise issues, affordability, have specific affordable housing, and density, which we are working on. So I was very specific. I drew some pictures.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'll go. So, mine was very inspecific. I am the perfect counterpoint to Sue V. And what I want my legacy to be has a lot more to do with how we have conversations in our community. If somehow I can be a part of the community itself, learning how to talk to each other in a more productive way, I'd be really happy about that. And my picture was kind of this really abstract, simplistic, but I took my 3 colors and just kind of, it's a conceptualize of unity, just bringing all the colors together, you know,
Nice.
part and parcel.
I like that.
I
Lovely.
like that too. It's cool. Okay, here's mine. So first, that we need tax dollars, more tax dollars, so that we can build affordable housing, have everything we want, have happy neighbors living in this, same place, and healthy oceans.
Lovely. Okay, we've had our council members. What about our city attorney and our city manager?
I can go. I guess it's pretty good sign that my legacy would be that I'm able to fulfill what the council members' legacies are. So and from what I just saw, I think we're pretty much on mark and on the same page. And I don't know. Let me put this on. I guess on speaker view, I'm not showing up. Stacy is showing up, so I'm not really sure why. But can you see that? I put a chart to it. The smiley face is the health and happiness of the community, and the chart is that we have a sustainable operating budget where revenues exceed expenditures, so that we can actually implement all the programs that make the smiley face.
Nice.
Wow.
Michelle.
Well, I reverted back to my lawyer because I did not draw pictures. So I just said that my legacy would just be to I really believe that I could make a difference in the world by helping communities like Pacifica make their communities better. So that's my legacy, is just helping you all make your communities better.
Great. Everybody unmute. Okay, that means their daddy's home. I'm sorry. Hopefully they'll quiet down here in a second. You guys did so great. And I had no idea. We're getting there. We're gonna got some more envelopes. I just want you to know how much I appreciate you trusting me to try to make this process happen. This is, as I've shared before, way outside my comfort zone. I'm not in the room with you, and that's something I really need. But I think we did okay. We tried to get you stuff to where you got to play, and we couldn't put you off into rooms where you could have those individual conversations that are oftentimes so very helpful because of the public aspect of the meeting. The one thing, sorry, he's probably more distracting to me than you. The one thing that I want to share with you is the way that you hold on a second. I'll get him out of here. Stop.
Doesn't bother me at all.
No.
It's a
My
dog.
cats were fighting over there. I had to throw stuff at them.
Sorry. I was doing so good. If I was on time, this would not be happening. All right, so here's the thing. You can talk to each other just like we're talking to each other right now. at that dais. You can ask each other questions. You can have conversations. It doesn't have to be real formal. I appreciate that you said, sous vide versus council member Vetterlos. Think about your community. Think about what they will be responsive to with you as a decision-making body. I've told several of you this in a conversation that if I could ever design the ideal conference or city council chambers, it'd be a big giant kitchen, because that's where we all end up at our houses, is in the kitchen, or a living room where we're just sitting around talking to one another. So I am now bequeathing upon you permission to just talk to each other at your council meetings. You have to keep it somewhat formal, but really, I don't think you do. I think you just need to be who you are. I mean, you're a group of people who are making decisions for a bigger group of people. So think about how you want to play together in your playground. Right now, it's a computer screen, but in many cases, it's a council chambers, which I'm sure you probably all miss, at least to some degree. Okay? So the last thing you're going to do is, and we're not going to do it right now, but at some point, I want you to send each other an email. No, I don't. I want you to call each other on the phone, and I want you to say what you need from each other. So I'm going to ask Mary if she would be my example here and say what you need from your colleagues as a member of the city council. What do you need from them?
I need time to hear everyone so I can put my thoughts together. And I need, sometimes I get stuck with my words, since I had my stroke. So if it happens, can you fill those words in for me? That's fine. That would be great. That would be really helpful for me. And then, if this was last year, I would have said that I need you to respect each other, but I think that we all respect each other. And so it makes me pretty happy. That's all I can think of for right now.
Okay, you know what? We're just going to do it right now. We're cutting into the happy hour a little bit, but we can make that go longer. So, Mayor Beckmeyer, what do you need from everybody? Thank you, Mary.
What I need from everybody is the patience for putting up with my stumbles on, protocol of how to do the public comment part or whatever. It's getting better, but I feel like I've not only, been at council meetings on the dais for 2 years. I don't know what I've been doing, because it doesn't seem like I've had a good focus on how to do this job as well as I thought I knew. It's easy when someone else is doing it, I guess is the point. I need for us to be able to express better when we don't see eye to eye. I feel like we don't really engage as much as we might. And I don't know the very best way to do that, but I did try to open it up a little bit a few meetings ago. And I'll say it again. I think it's really important that we feel ownership over our council meetings and that we recognize that it is our time to talk to each other, because there's precious little of that by design in the state of California. And I understand why, but I have to tell you, and don't take this the wrong way, Kevin and Michelle. I think I've mentioned to a couple of you, after I was elected, within a week, there was a meeting with Kevin and Michelle, and it was intended to tell me what I could do in talking with other council members and what I could not. And I remember sitting there just with the furrowed brow. I don't know what I looked like. It was in person. We were at the the conference room by Kevin's office. But I think I did say this, but I certainly felt it. Like, how are you supposed to get anything done? I mean, I can't talk to anyone, was the way I felt. And I left like almost in tears, because it was like I was through the election part of that. And that particular election wasn't very amicable in our town. So I felt like, yay, now it's time we can do the work, and yay. And then it was like, oh, but we can't really. Or we can, but it's just so protracted, and it's like, who can I talk to about this? Oh, I can't talk to Sue about that because I talked to Mike about it. And minding those rules and regulations takes a lot of energy. And so the times we're together, it is our time. We still have to observe the agenda. We can't just go off on any old topic. But I just, want to learn more from everyone else, what they're hearing, what they're, learning, and how it bears on what we need to do to move the agendas we've set forward. I think that's really it.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. You did it better. And that is talk to each other. That's what the purpose of that meeting is. It's your business meeting. It's your time to talk about things. And I'll give you a hint. Ask people how they're feeling about it. What do you, not what do you think? How are you feeling about it? And then that's going to get that conversation started at probably a much deeper level. And you're always going to have Michelle and Kevin there as a support system to keep you doing what you need to do. But there's no reason, unless I'm off base here, but I don't think I am, Kevin and Michelle, speak up. You get to talk to one another. That's your time. That's where you're legally capable of having those conversations. Yes? Michelle, Kevin, shake your heads.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So do it. There's nothing that stops you from turning to Mike and saying, Mike, what do you think about that? Or Mike, how do you feel about the direction we're going? I mean, that's your opportunity. So thank you, Sue, for bringing that up. I appreciate that. What do you need, Sue V? Sue Vetterlos?
I need to not speak first, because when I speak first, then I always am going, why didn't I thank that person? Why wasn't I? Because then Mary will be next, and she'll be so nice and polite, and I will have just done my normal, no tact, say the statement, be done. And then she comes up after, and I go, oh. So if I go after Mary, things might be different.
Ooh. Nicely done. Thank you. I hope you guys are writing this down in your sketchbook, what you need from each other. Okay.
Can I say one more thing now that I'm not caught off guard? I don't like to get caught off guard. So that was hard for me because I didn't know what to say right away. And great, now I forgot.
And you don't stumble. You do not stumble.
Oh, I know what it was. I think we need to discuss how, like in the council chambers, we have a light. You press the light.
Oh, yeah. To vote? You need to vote?
I think maybe
to speak.
Some kind of like agreement that we can have on the best way to do that so that, there's some structure to that, because I have a hard time with that.
I do too, because it's when I'm looking, your eyes naturally go to one place or another. And so the screen is like this big. You'd think I'd see everyone raise their hand or make a motion, a physical motion, but I don't. I might not even look at Tiger while I'm looking at Mary, Tiger's way over there, and I'm not realizing that someone has been waiting to speak. And yeah, I definitely need help with that.
So if I can make a suggestion, if you have access to the participants list, under the participants list, there's this raise hand feature here. And, that's definitely what we've been using in Planning Commission. And it works. And that way, worst case scenario, you don't see when somebody raises their hand, but you have a list in front of you of the hands raised. And then you can go through that list as you like.
And also, Sue, if that's not going to work for you, then maybe we can do it together. So that, because I know it's not always easy to look at that list while we're trying to make decisions or whatever. So I'm welcome to help with that.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Cool. Michael, what do you need?
I pretty much, I got to say, of all the bodies I've been on, I don't know how many people I've served with between school board and city council. I think this is actually one of the boards, if you looked at all what everybody wants at the end is their legacy. None of them said develop the quarry. Nobody said do this. Nobody said this. It was all more of a community-based, community-focused thing. And I think it's nice to have 5 people that are all on the same page mentally and goal-oriented. Now, we all might have a different way to get to that goal, but I like the fact that we all seem to have that same focus. And I think I like these 4 people, I guess I should say 4, because, there is a mutual respect. I've yet to hear anybody downgrade anybody or try deliberately cut people off. I mean, we cut each other off because of Zoom, but not, shut up, Mary, or anything like that. You know what I mean? So I'm getting what I want and what I respect from them. And it's 5, people that want to work together, that are pleasant, have a camaraderie, and are focused on what needs to be done and reasonable. They listen to each other to maybe, because I know there's times I've gone to meetings wanting to vote no, but then I hear arguments from another council, or not arguments, but reasons from another council member that changes my vote because, I didn't even think of that. And I think that's what's the most important is compromise, reasonableness, and people and other council members that will listen. So right. That's that.
Good job. So I'm going to ask Kevin what he needs from the city council. I'm not going to.
Tiger hasn't talked yet.
Oh, Tiger, I'm sorry. They keep moving around, and in my mind, I'm like checking people off. And now you're back over where Sue Beckmeyer was. Tiger, thank you, Michael.
I'm initially not quite sure what I need, and need for me is a very heavy word. And so going into it, I'm not sure what that word means to me yet. In counterpoint to what Sue V was saying earlier, I never mind going first. Oftentimes, I really like asking a handful of questions to flesh something out better in my mind. And so I kind of like, I like having the opportunity to kind of paint that backdrop of what we're discussing, or fleshing out something that maybe hasn't been made clear yet in the agenda packet, or painting that picture that maybe I've discussed with staff ahead of time, but I want council and public to see. And so I like doing that and kind of unearthing things for the sake of the conversation going forward. Uh-huh. So that's often where I come from. And after that, I think what I really would like is what's been discussed at length pretty well now, which is for formality to drop down a hair so that real conversation can rise above. And I was discussing with Michelle the other day how I often approach rules in a very orthodox fashion and then come to the conclusion that I would prefer to abandon the rules at that point, because ultimately they don't necessarily serve what they're intended to serve so much as an organic progression. So the more it comes to that place where we can just start having because like Sue B said, we're not allowed to talk about it with each other ahead of time. So to actually have a real conversation rather than just points and counterpoints and talking at the camera or at the subject itself, but to actually discuss it with each other and have the opportunity for synthesis, I think is really important. So that's what I got.
Thank you. I know that we're in a Zoom context right now from a meeting standpoint, but when you're in the council chambers, I think it used to be an issue where you guys couldn't see each other because you were in a straight line, and we had talked about how you could maybe maneuver your chairs to where you could have that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember when we were first elected, Mary and I came in together. We were on opposite ends of the dais, the way it was set, and it was a curve a bit. There's a little bit of a curve to it. So I would look right past everybody else and I could see Mary. She was far from me, but we could at least see each other, right. Or I could turn right to Mike because he was exactly next to me. But Suvi and Deirdre, it was like they were, in the middle. And it was harder to actually look at them.
Yeah. In a perfect world, we would have a you, right?
In a perfect world, I would put you at the kitchen table.
A U-shaped kitchen table, maybe.
But yeah, just so we can see each other.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like I can't see hardly anything.
Okay, so that's something that you can work on. I'm going to try to get us here to closure so that we can sign out and sign back in. But the first thing I want to do is I want to ask Kevin. I'm not going to ask you what you need from him because you have that opportunity all the time, I hope. And so I'm going to ask Kevin what he needs from you as a whole council in order to better facilitate in his role. So, Kevin, what do you need from these 5 people?
Well, honestly, to keep doing what you're doing and how you're doing it, because I don't have a lot of needs in the way you guys are conducting business. And part of that is just continuing open communication about what's working and what's not working individually with me. Communication means 2 ways. So we keep that open. This is a great body, as Mike said, really conducting business well. And feedback about, if more informal discussion is going to happen, then agendas are going to need to be shorter in terms of the number of items. So feedback when that's working and when that's not working, is important to manage the agendas to allow the appropriate time for discussion. And arriving at clear direction, which is what you guys were all just saying, which oftentimes requires deeper conversation amongst you from the dais. So, yeah, that's all.
Thank you. And I appreciate the candid conversations and the needs. I really appreciate you sharing. I've found over the years in my work that the most important component is time together. The more time we spend together, the more opportunity that we have then to start being a little more casual and a little more forthright. Kevin and I did speak a lot about the fatigue that comes with a Zoom meeting, which, I know that that's there. So we tried to be conscious of that. Clearly a day and a half around this would have put us in a whole different place, and you as a team in a whole different place. But you did so great. Thank you so much. Thank you for indulging me trying to be creative, even though I don't get to be with you. I think you did an excellent job. My gratitude to you, and I will tell you this, in my interviews and my conversations with you, it was so impressive. I mean, I've worked with city councils that literally I want to be in a fetal position in the corner of the room when I'm done. And you guys are great. It's just been a blessing. So I don't know what you have to do formally, but I'm going to turn it back to you and let you turn it. I've sent you all an email with a Zoom invite, and we're going to give Kevin the chance to get home so that he can join us in our, we'll do it when we go to the next thing, because it's not necessarily. But thank you all. I love my C's. God, if I didn't have C's, I would not get through. But Kevin, I'm just going to tell you this. We are going to have to see your house in the background, and no fake backgrounds, because I want to know your home.
You better drive fast.
I can't promise which room I'll be in. It depends on what's happening at home.
I know. I'm like, finally the puppy's daddy came home, so they've been fed. So the Zoom invitation is there. We are behind, but I'm thinking, Kevin, how much time do you need to get home? 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes, and you guys should start without me, and I'll join.
Okay, we can do that because it's a social hour. I want to, Michelle and I'll have a little conversation when we all get back together again. But let's take at least 15 minutes to take our own breath. And it's there for you to sign in. I'll go open the meeting now so you can, I don't know if it's a waiting room or not, but.
Okay, well then I'm going to go ahead and conclude this meeting. It's 5:33. We're going to conclude this special meeting of the City Council. We'll reconvene on our other link at about.
No, we are concluding this meeting for this evening. So
we're concluding this meeting for this evening. Thank you, and we'll be reconvening tomorrow.